So I originally wasn't gonna do a show today because it's the 4th of July. And then I decided I was gonna do a show because there's a couple of important things to talk about. And I know this is a politics news channel, but we are going to talk about stop killing games again. We're going to talk about it more from the psychology, sociology point of view. We're also going to talk about the big beautiful bill, or the big book out of bullshit, depending on how people want to look at it. Because Republican members of the Republican Party, and I just don't mean the politicians, I mean actual rank and file Republicans, are celebrating the big beautiful bill. And it goes to show me that the average person doesn't understand politics because they don't understand the bill. And here's the rough part. As you've seen, and we're gonna kind of blend a couple of things together. Everybody has a bias. Everybody has a bias. You cherry pick, you look through things are important to you, things that aren't important to you. The big one that I see a lot of young people have, and I don't mean like minors, I mean 18 to 22 year olds generally don't care about how schools are funded. They generally don't get it. It's generally not a concern of theirs. Older people generally don't care about how schools are funded because their kids are all done with school. It's like a really weird disconnect because you have grandchildren, but you stop giving a shit about how schools are funded. Because what happens is you have these towns that are retirement towns. These retirement towns don't really give a shit about the school because they don't really want a public school. So the public school is grossly underfunded because the people that live there don't want to pay property taxes. Or so they pick states that don't fund their schools via like property tax because they want to live somewhere that there's not school age kids because you're retired, you don't want to see them. But then you have kids and then you send your kids to the school and you're like, oh my God, the schools are so terrible. Well, why are they so terrible? Because you're living in a place with terrible schools. And you're living in a place with terrible schools because in America, for about 49% of the local school district is funded by property taxes. And then somewhere between 10 to 15, and it's a little bit more depending on what other federal subsidies they get. But for the general everyday today operation, it's about 10 to 15% comes from the federal government through the Department of Education. And then the rest comes from the state, or is supposed to come from the state when the state has it. And the state doesn't always have it. But then what the state does is the state, and there's lots of different ways that they do this, but the state reduces how much they give you by your attendance rates. Now, some schools, all the schools I've worked at in Illinois, file their attendance at the end of the week with the state so that they can get their check at the beginning of the next week because they need that check for the day-to-day, month-to-month operation of the school. If they don't get their check from the state, they run into a debt where they can't necessarily pay their teachers. Now, usually they have some sort of like slush operating fund, but they treat it as if we're not going to be able to pay our teachers, to express the urgency and to get the teachers on board with actually taking accurate attendance. Other states I know, they have one day during the whole school year where it's that day's attendance. So you see these schools, they make a huge push. Michigan is one of them. The schools make a huge push. They're like, don't make any appointments on this day. Don't be on vacation this day. If your kid is sick that day, bring your kid to school for whatever it is, 3.5, 4 periods, so we can count your kid present. Then we'll call you when your kid has made the prerequisite number of hours. We won't even put your kid in the classrooms. We'll put your kid like in a different room, but since they're in the school that day, we can count them. Because if you don't get that kid checked off, you don't get the money from him for the whole year. Talk about a dumb system. But you got both sides of the aisle. The Democrats are completely condemning the big beautiful bucket of bullshit. The Republicans are saying that it's amazing. Well, the problem is, even though the Senate clerks read it, and it took 15 hours to read, most of the chamber was empty. It's 940 pages. If you want to put some context to 940 pages, that's the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Some people say with all the kickers, the riders, the addendums, it's 1,116 pages. That is a lot. And the truth is, having worked in government and the way the government works, you get a document that's 1,200 pages and you have to review it. You get it at 8 o'clock in the morning. You have to review it, mark it up by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, the problem is there's no way for a single individual to do that. I mean, I read fast. I don't read that fast. So it's like you take this phone book sized document and you say, you're looking at fuels, you're looking at deployment, you're looking at distribution, you're looking at contingency operations, you're looking at supply chain management, you're looking at supply warehouse management. And so there you're playing a game of Control F. So I'll say I'm taking contingency operations. So I have to really quickly write down a list of terms I'm going to search for. And generally, when you work at the headquarters level, you have a laminated sheet that you've made. So I'm going to look for the terms IDRC, IDO, cargo yard, installation deployment officer, IDP, installation deployment plan. I'm going to just go into the document. I'm going to hit Control F. IDO. I'm going to look for everywhere that it mentions IDOs. I'm going to look for installation deployment officer in case they tried to be tricky and not use the acronym. I'm going to look up IDRC, Installation Deployment Readiness Center. But then I'm going to type out Installation Deployment Readiness Center, Deployment Readiness Center, Readiness Center. And then if I have time, I'm just going to look up the word center. Because they might do some crazy shit to slide something in like the Center for Deployments. Well, you know damn well that it's not called the Center for Deployments, the Office of Deployments. Yeah, the way it's written is you have to pull from something like 12 different codes in order to rewrite the paragraphs so that you can make sense of it. Let's just look at what they do. And this is where the shit that I say this should be illegal, right? And I showed this once on the show when they started talking about it, but this is that behavior that is just criminal in my opinion, right? So this is when you want to read the big beautiful bill, and in case anybody wants to just get a sense of it other than contextually what I throw up. Nutrition. I showed this once before. Why is the big beautiful bill got any section? Why is any of this the only thing in all of this that is even related to the big beautiful bill? I'm gonna go in. That people could argue would be that all these other things shouldn't be part of the big beautiful bill. All these other things, I hate the formatting. All these other things should be their own bill. Forestry, recession of amounts of forestry. That should be its own bill. Commodities. Disaster assistance programs. Aren't disasters such an important part of America? Because we have California wildfires, we have California earthquakes, we have Florida hurricanes, we have Georgia hurricanes, North Carolina, South Carolina. Shit, Kentucky and Tennessee had hurricane damage like a year ago. Crop insurance. Shouldn't crop insurance be its own bill? Oil and gas leasing. Committee on the Energy and Natural Resources. Water. Let's just throw a single thing about water in there. That's just a table of contents. 5% increase floor or 5% floor on deduction of contributions made by individuals. Subsection C, permanent investments in community development. There are a huge number of these sections that simply add in the need for a social security number in order to access the programs they mentioned. Right. But then we say and we teach people, when you call in to Social Security, it literally the message is never give your Social Security number to anyone who doesn't need it for Social Security. When it comes to your doctor or when it comes to your Medicare number, don't give it to anybody but your doctor. But you got to give it to your bank. Look at this. This is still the table of contents. Okay. Nutrition. The cost of the Thrifty Food Plan may only be adjusted in accordance with this subsection. The secretary should make household adjustments using the following ratios of household size as a percentage for the maximum 4-person allotment. Now, if it's a 4-person allotment, what you're saying is one person needs 30% of the 4-person allotment. 2 people need 55%. Work with me here in common sense math. If you're gonna teach Common Core math bullshit in schools, then I'm gonna hit you with common sense math. 4 people means 25% of that budget is what's needed for 1 person. In fact, it would be a little less, not a little more, because if you factor out the costs and you say that a family of 4 needs to buy a gallon of milk every week, well, then a person of 1 only needs to buy a gallon of milk a month. Well, that doesn't work out, right? So they need to buy a half gallon of milk every 2 weeks. But I'll get done with this. I'll say, due to economy of scale, sizings, buying smaller quantities equals higher cost per item. I'll get down with that. So you say that the way the math works out is that because and it's back to that toilet paper argument. So 4 equals 25% each. But then, yeah, but you use more milk than your family members, but that's a subjective argument. We're not talking about the singletons. We're not talking about the anecdotals. We're talking about on the aggregate. And I get it. When we talked about this on the other day, we say, yeah, I can see some variance based on the need to purchase goods that might result in waste due to spoilage because of the lack of availability of smaller size options. And those are all great things. But I want this shit to make common sense. So if 4 equals 25%, but 1 equals 30%, due to that same variance, then 2 1s should equal 60%. But 2 people are 55%. 3 people are 79%. Okay. Just fucking work with me here for a second. 1 equals 30. 2 doesn't equal 60. 2 equals 55. And 3 equals 79. Okay? But 4 equals 100. But 5 only equals 19%. We voted on this shit, ladies and gentlemen, in a majority of Congress thinks that just this paragraph makes sense. Now, I want you to key in on item I. For a household of persons, for a household of 9 persons or more, an additional 22% per person, which additional percentage shall not be allowed to more than 200%. You've just said down here that an extra person is 22%. A person is 22%. when you're already at 9 or more. You've already hit the economy of scale because you should be buying in bulk. But a 5 person, adding on a 5th person is only 19%, but adding on a 9th person is 22%. Adding on one person, having one person is 30%, but adding on a second person should be 52%, not 55. But then you have 55% plus 22%. We voted on this. There is no math logic here. Adding on an additional person when you've already hit the economy of scale in buying. And yet, this is probably and I'd have to look up the debates. I bet you nobody debated this. And I bet you nobody brought this up. And this is literally, look at this. 1 section, 2 sections. I hate this fucking website. 1 section, 2 sections, 3rd section. It is literally the 3rd section in the bill. And I'm not arguing for taking anything away. I'm arguing for saying you can't turn around and say there's a flat dollar amount here, right? And here. And then say, but it doesn't work for one person. If it doesn't work for one person, it doesn't work. Let's write one that works. 30, 25, 24, 21, 19, 24, 15, 22, 22, 22 is weird. Yeah, it's really fucking weird, isn't it? It's really fucking weird. Conforming amendments. Just look at this fucking thing. Section 16 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 is amended by striking sections 3 and 4 and inserting sections 3U and 3. Yeah, the curve doesn't flatten. That's the problem. If you're gonna say, and again, I don't, as you can hear, I don't feel 100% today. But if you're saying a family of 4 is the top of the curve, but they're not because you can't chart it that way. So where is the top of the curve then? Per person. So number of people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we go back up here real quick. A single person is 30%. This second person is worth 25%. Right? But then the next person is 24%. The 4th person, 25%. The 5th person, 19%. And then how does anybody make sense of this? Modifications to SNAP work requirement. Also, I think I might have missed a number. I lost track when you went back up. Oh, yeah, because you start at 30% for the first person. The second person's worth 25%, which is right. The second person realigns according to 4 people, 25%. But then from 55 to 79 is 24%. So one person's worth 30, a second person's worth 25. Okay, that makes sense. But the third person's only worth 24%. I could have understood it if we said one person alone needs 30% because of the way the formula works out and what Faye said, spoilage due to the lack of availability of smaller things. So I could have seen it if we did this. Then this would make total sense. But then we get to a 9th person and we go back up. That makes no sense. Then instead of doing this 3% bump up here, and this is really simple. The reason why they say a household of 9 or more persons is because there's not a lot of households of 9 or more persons. So we're going to alleviate the pain for the people. But what about the majority of people that are in this pain? So instead of putting the 3% over here, although it would cost us more money, I'm all about putting the 3% over here. Or if we say that there's too many single people there, then I'm all for putting the 3% over here or over here. Because a mom with 2 kids doesn't have 9 persons, but she has 3 and she could use another 3%. Make cost adjustments in the Thrifty Food Plan for Hawaii and the urban and rural parts of Alaska to reflect costs of food in Hawaii and in urban and rural Alaska. It's a good thing. You really need to do that. Most Americans don't understand the majority of food in Hawaii is imported. It's good to do that in Alaska because it's important to realize that the majority of the food is imported in Alaska. Make cost adjustments in the separate Thrifty Food Plan for Guam and the Virgin Islands to reflect the cost of food, but not to exceed the cost of food in the 50 states and the District of Columbia. So you acknowledge that the cost of their food in Guam and the Virgin Islands is more than the cost in America, so you're going to make adjustments, but you're not going to exceed the cost of food. Well, then what the fuck's the point? But like I said, what Faye brought up, what I bring up all the time is, if you want to try to read, if you're trying to read this bill, in order to read this bill, you need to read just this section. You need to read all of this because it says is amended by striking, which means, and I don't like this, and I think this is stupid. And having worked with technical orders, we don't strike out of technical orders until one generation after. Technical Order 123 used to read as this. It shall now read as this. And yes, does it create a very long TO? Yeah, but and of course the published version, the one that goes out, is neat and clean. But it's, what year was it? It's 2013, and this TO is up for rewrite. So I'm going to be making changes. Well, my copy of it, the one on my desk, says, here is the 2010 version of it. And the 2010 version of it showed me what the 2007 version of it looked like. So when I opened up my draft, and I opened up the 2010, and I opened up the 2007, now I can read and follow the logic easily. What I can do is I can say, oh, due to the fact that we're transitioning from JP8 to Jet A, we're projecting that in 3 years, these tests are no longer going to be needed. But since these tests are needed is because we slowed down, I'm not going to make a change to that section yet. I'm going to say section 123 shall be continued on as forward until the next rewrite. And then when I send that out for draft, some locations are like, well, hold on, we're already transferred over to Jet A. Well, shit, now I gotta write an if-then conditional section. If your location has already transitioned to Jet A, you will follow these procedures. If your location is currently using JP8, you will use these procedures until such time as you have transitioned to Jet A. But that's good. That's a good thing. Because what it says is, hey, we're looking at all the factors. We're not just looking at we're looking at everything, not just a snippet. Where's the rest? This bill is so daunting. Modifications to SNAP requirements. Where's my other set of notes? Sorry, I shouldn't be on the bill. I should be on my notes. I'll close this. All the people that are celebrating, they're celebrating the tax, they're celebrating the tip thing. It makes me really, really, really sad that Americans are celebrating something that they don't understand. The tip deduction details have not changed. Let me hold on. Let me see if I can find the tips thing here. No tax on tips. Where the hell are we? There shall be allowed a deduction an amount equal to the qualified tips received during the taxable year. In general, the amount allowed as a deduction under this section for any tax year shall not exceed $25,000. In general, the amount allowable as deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1. Okay, I want you to read that again. The amount allowable as a deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1. Where's paragraph 1? Which paragraph 1 are you talking about? Because there's no paragraph 1 right here. This is the beginning of a chapter. Delivering on presidential priorities to provide new middle class tax relief. It's a there should be a fucking chapter, so let's go up. There's chapter 2. Now we gotta go all the way. I can't do chapter 1 as a search. There's chapter 1. There's title finance. There's the section. So I am in an entire title of this law. There's no paragraph 1. There's no paragraph 1. Look at how many references to paragraph 1 there are. Oh, special competitive provision for the extra long staple crop in the matter preceding paragraph 1, because you got to go to that. You're saying you can't exceed in paragraph 1 of a document that's not even in front of you. You have to go to 7 USC 9038A and read the paragraph 1 in another fucking document. So let's go back to tips. There shall be allowed a deduction to an amount equal to qualified tips received during the taxable year that are included on statements furnished in the individual pursuant to 601D, 6041D3, 6041AE3, 6050WF2, 6051A18, or reported by the taxpayer on Form 4137 or the successor, which is good. In general, the amount allowable as a deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1. Which paragraph 1? Paragraph 1 of the tax code? Part 7 of subchapter B of chapter 1 is amended. Oh. By redesignating section 224 as section 225 and inserting after section 223 the following new section. Oh. So I have to go to section 224. I have to redesignate it as section 225. Then read chapter 1, paragraph 1. Why can't they just fucking copy and paste what they're referring to so the common person can read it? But even if we don't want to go chase that piece down, in general, the amount allowable as a deduction shall be reduced by $100 for each $1,000 by which the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income, which right here it pisses me off because that should have parentheses AGI if it's the first time you're using AGI, is modified by an adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000. Modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the modified AGI means the AGI of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under sections 911, 931, or 933. Here, just so all the people that don't want to read what their tax on income is going to or tax on tips is going to change by. It's capped at $25,000 a year. And it starts to be phased out when your AGI is over $150,000 and is reduced by $100 per thousand over the threshold, which is kind of irrelevant because the deduction is capped at $25,000 anyway. Your deduction on overtime applies only to FLSA required overtime, which is hours over 40 a week at 1.5 the regular rate. So what about the people who have jobs where some people have jobs where they work Panama, and the way their Panama works out is they're on, off, 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 on, off, off, off. And what this equates to is 36 hours in one week, 48 hours in the other week. And then what happens is they get 84 hours. Now, what most of the time, how this breaks down is you are no longer on a 7-day pay period. You're on a 14-day pay period, which you agree to, which nets you 4 hours in overtime. Right? That's normally how you agree. You agree to be on a 14-day work schedule, and when you agree by contract, it overrides FLSA. Well, now, what's going to happen is you usually get 36 straight pay, 48, which gets broken down to 40, 4, and 4 OT, and this 4 is carried over there. That's normally how it works. Well, now, according to the new law, employees aren't going to want that because then they would get 40 carried to 8 OT, and then they would have a deduction on that. So guess what's going to happen? The employers are no longer going to offer that work schedule. For a lot of people, what's going to happen is instead of you being able to be on 3, off 4, on 4, off 3, what's going to turn into is you'll be on 3, off 4 for 36. Then you'll be, right? Then you'll be on 3 and off 4 for 36. Not only did you lose your 4 hours of overtime, you lost a total of equivalent of 12 hours of pay. And then they'll just bring a second employee in part-time to cover the gaps. So they'll bring a second employee in to effectively cover 16 hours. And then they'll do some shifting around because there would be another person working a different Panama to cover you. So that employee will get 32. So everybody's going to lose in this situation. Not every situation, but some situations. Employers must show overtime premium as a separate line on the W-2. That's a good thing. That's a good change. I like that change. I like the idea overall. I love the idea of no tax on overtime. I love the idea. I love the idea in theory of no tax on tips. I love the idea. It only applies for tax years 25, 26, 27, and 28. Your FICA and your Medicare still apply. which means you're still going to be paying your employee tax on that. People think that it's going to be saving them. Because remember, a $25,000 deduction doesn't mean $25,000 in your pocket. And this is why it is so important for people to get educated. So we're gonna grab a federal tax calculator real quick, and I'm gonna use Florida City, Florida. Right? I'm gonna use Florida City, Florida as my location. Let me throw this on the screen. So just so we can see how fucked up American taxes are. So we're gonna use Florida City, Florida. Oh no, we're not. Yeah, we'll use Florida City, Florida. Apparently I can't spell Florida today. Okay, and we're gonna say you made $100,000. We're gonna say you made $100,000 last year, and not a million, 100,000. You made $100,000 last year, and we're gonna say 25,000 of your money was tips, right? So last year you took home 78,509. And there are literally people who think, and remember, in this situation, what we're saying is you made 100,000, but 25,000 of it was tips. There are people who think, and this is their math, that they're going to keep $25,000. This is what they believe. And so they think that they're going to have $103,509. And when you look at them and you say, how the motherfuck are you going to end up with more money than you paid, than you got paid, than you earned? How do you, because they think this $25,000 thing is $25,000 in their pocket. Okay? All the deduction does. So we're going to write down 78,509. All the deduction does is effectively do that. Right? So that means you make $60,921 before counting your overtime. Now, we throw $25,000 in there, and we're only looking at this number. What the fuck? We're only looking at this number now. So 22,047, right? 22,047. Oh, and 23, because I got to add that in too. So 23,087. Does it help you out? Sure, it helps you out because you're going to get 60,921 plus 20,087. So instead of having 78,000, oops, let me turn this off. Instead of having this, the new bill means you'll have this. But people don't know that. That $25,000 thing turns into $5,699. And it's great because it's $5,699 more in your pocket, but it's not $25,000 more in your pocket. And this is why you saw the other day when I put up the chart about the Democrats want to tax the rich so they can put more money into schools. And the Republicans want to move to privatized education. I want people to not be so fucking dumb. I want people to go and say, I want people to do common sense math and be like, I'm going to get an extra $25,000 from the government. No, you're not. I want to say this. This is why the title of today's show, right, is Boomers Broke It, Millennials Can't Fix It, so now what? If you guys didn't see this article, we're going to jump out of the big beautiful bill for a second. Del Monte Foods is filing for bankruptcy. A canned food company that has been a grocery store staple for 100 years is filing for bankruptcy in a bid to stay on shelves. Del Monte Foods, recognized by its iconic green cans, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy when it's a strategic move for the 138-year-old company. We have a canned food company that has been around for 138 years having to file for bankruptcy because they weren't able to adjust and adapt for this new eat fresh, eat organic thing. Del Monte ramped up massive amounts of production during COVID because for the first few weeks of COVID, people were taking everything off the shelves. Remember when you had to actually gasp cook at home because states closed down everything and fast food places were closed, restaurants were closed, so you had to cook at home. There has been a decline in canned food sales for the last 4 years. Steel tariffs. Remember I said steel tariffs were going to impact everybody? Steel tariffs steel tariffs are impacting the cost of making the can. Because the can goes up in price, what do you expect the company to do? Lose money? What's the goal there? So we have now there's the other one I want to talk about. We have rising interest rates, squeezing profits, and somewhere along the line, Del Monte secured $912 million in 2014 from debtor in possession financing so that they could restructure their debt, because in 2024 they had a $240 million debt restructuring and it caused extra costs. How do you recognize in 2021, 2022, 2023, and the first part of 2024 that sales are declining and you're sitting on a lot of stock, and then all of a sudden say, you know what, we're going to take a $240 million loan? I get it, you want to try to save this iconic 134-year-old company. Instead of allowing, and I'm being serious, I'm not joking, I'm not being flippant, I'm not being a shitbag. I'm not one of those people like Pirate Software who is gonna actually advance an entire agenda for a group of people because he doesn't read into everything. My question for you is, if instead of letting a company file for bankruptcy and shed $912 million because you have extra product on the shelves, and we have SNAP and we have WIC, Women, Infants, and Children's. We have Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We have the Department of Defense. We give foreign aid. We give money to Gaza. We give money to Somalia. We give money to Djibouti. We give money to, we feed people. Ukraine is in a war. They can't feed their people. Instead of us giving assets, why don't we just say to Del Monte, you can have cost plus 3%. And you have aging inventory that's not expired yet, but if you don't get rid of it, you're going to lose money on it. Give us the costs, and we'll buy your stuff at cost plus 3%. We'll get all that inventory we'll get all that aging inventory out of your warehouses. And what will that do? And maybe they come back and they say, can we do cost plus 4%? And that will get us out of the situation. And since you're the government and you're looking at it anyway, yeah, you can either discharge the debt or, yeah, we're gonna send Gaza instead of sending Gaza humanitarian aid X way. Guess what you're getting? You're getting Del Monte food. Guess what's gonna be on all the fucking shelves in all the SNAP places? Here's your Del Monte food. If you guys didn't see this one made me fucking smile as well. Remember I said when Donald Trump first took office, I said forcing companies to make chips in America is dumb. You don't build a factory in America because the president levies stupid tariffs. The president goes to companies and says, in a couple of years, we're going to be putting tariffs on semiconductors. We'd like you to build a factory in America. I'm letting you know this is coming down the pipeline. What did Apple do when the government said they were going to impose tariffs? Apple flew 3 jumbo jets full of iPhones and tablets into America to avoid paying the higher tariffs. They just moved their stock to America, and they'll work off that stock until they can figure out which country to send their shit to after it leaves China so they can bring it in. Samsung delays $44 billion Texas chip fabrication. Sources say completion halted because there are no customers. Samsung is reportedly delaying the launch of its Taylor, Texas, citing difficulties in securing customers for its output. Sources told them that even if the South Korean chipmaker brings in the necessary equipment to produce the chips, the company cannot do anything with them due to the lack of demand. So you're telling me that Donald Trump was wrong? You're telling me that he was wrong? They started manufacturing on the facility in 2022. This factory being built in America has nothing to do with the tariffs. Because Donald Trump wasn't president yet. He hadn't passed no tariffs. Documents show that from the company show the site is 92% complete. No reason was given for the delay, but multiple sources indicate that it occurred due to a lack of demand. It was initially planned for the Taylor fab to produce chips for the 4 nanometer process node, but this has been upgraded to 2. The supply chain executive told the publication that there is little demand for the originally planned 4 nano process node at the site. Local demand for the chips isn't strong, and the process nodes Samsung planned several years ago no longer meet with the current customer needs. However, overhauling the plant would be a major and costly undertaking, so the company is adopting a wait-and-see approach. Does anybody else see the problem here? The problem here is that you can't speed up. You can't slow down. You can't predict. You have to be able to retool. But in order to be able to retool, you have to be profitable. If you're not profitable, then you don't have any of the money you need. So we've got Del Monte going out of business. We have a fabrication facility that can no longer make anything that's market relevant. So what about all the people that moved to that local area or lived in that local area? Because if you remember, it says since 1996 that location has been producing chips, but they decided to expand in order to meet needs. Well, what's going to happen now? You think they're, after eating a $44 billion loss, they're going to be able to stay in business? I don't think that works that way. Appreciate the follow. Where is today's show videos? Play this one because this one is so accurate. It takes us back to the big beautiful bill because everything today is all tied together.
We're fucked. There's really no other way to say it. The one big bucket of bullshit bill has passed the House today, Thursday, July 3rd, and President Trump gets his wish. He's going to be able to sign this devastating piece of legislation by July 4th. And if you disagree with me because you don't like my politics, you really need to rethink things. When we look over time at the impact of legislation like this, the bottom 95% of Americans continue to be harmed, while the top 5% continue to benefit. it. So you and me, if you're watching this video, whether we voted for the same person or not, we are in the same boat. And you keep punching holes in that boat because you want to protect billionaires. This ain't about emotions. This ain't about me being a crazy woman. This is about math. So look at the wealth redistribution that has happened in the United States since 1989. In 1989, the top 1% had 22% of the wealth. Today, they have over 30%. And meanwhile, the bottom 50%, their wealth has declined. These kind of tax policies is wealth redistribution from the bottom to the top. The Bush tax cuts in 2003, our revenue to GDP ratio has dropped significantly. And that has a huge impact on whether or not the United States can pay for essential things like Social Security and health coverage. 2017 tax cuts, the corporate tax cut that President Trump promised was going to raise everyone's annual household income. Surprise, surprise, it did not. Regular working Americans saw zero increase in their net household income since 2017, but
Correct.
Salaries of executives soared. They got
Correct.
huge raises as a result of these corporate tax cuts. Regular working Americans got nothing because trickle-down economics doesn't work, y'all. This bill...
Okay, trickle-down economics works. It works. The problem is everybody dogpiles on trickle-down economics, and they don't understand that trickle-down economics is not just constricted to you give a corporation a tax cut, and it's supposed to have the money trickle down through the company to the bottom people. It's supposed to. But it also works in trickle-down economics when you have a level of rich people that aren't sitting on a ton of wealth. A number of rich people that aren't sitting on a ton of actual wealth versus a bunch of people sitting on unrealized wealth. And it's hard to talk to the bottom 50% because the bottom 50% is desperate. And this woman is absolutely correct. In 1980, the top 1% had 22% of the wealth. I had to check her numbers. And the bottom 50% had 3, which meant 49% of the country had 75% of the wealth, which isn't bad, but it's bad the way it's distributed. This changes to the year 2000. The top 1% has 29%. The bottom 50% has 2%, right? So now the middle 49%, right? 29, 30, 31. 9 gets us to 40, 60, 69%. So in 20 years, the middle got poor by 6%. The bottom got poor by 1/3. In the year 2020, this gets even worse because this became 31 to 35%. The bottom stayed poor, but you took another 4 to 6%. So you took this down to 65 to 63%. The middle class is getting smaller. The upper class isn't getting any bigger, and the bottom 50% are getting poorer. So all her numbers, I don't particularly care for this particular creator, but when a creator creates something that's really, really good, I like to show it. I like to fact check her numbers. So far, she is absolutely spot on.
Will be devastating for 95% of us for decades to come.
Okay, so will be devastating for 95% of us is actually incorrect. If you want to make the argument, you need to lay out the argument. So you keep saying the top 1%, the top 1%. So technically your argument would be the results would be devastating for 99% of us. But now you're shifting that number, and I know which number she's shifting to. She's talking about how the top 1%, remember I said the top 1%, the bottom 50%, and then that middle 49%, right? Well, the problem is that this isn't an equal bar. This is a very much the top 2 to 5% have the lion's share of this wealth, and most of these people are closer to this line, which is great, but she didn't lay out that argument.
And everybody has to keep in mind that the real consequences, the real negative impacts of this kind of legislation, it takes years for us to really feel it. And Republicans are counting on you having a really short memory. Don't forget what they just did to you. And they just voted to take away health, food, and education assistance, among a bunch of other things, away from 95% of us so they could give the top 5%.
Shit, you were on such a good roll and then you fucked it up. No, they didn't vote to take education and health away from 95% of us. Okay? They didn't do that. And so you were like really on point. Now, if you want to have a legitimate argument, you can't have sensationalist arguments. Did they just vote to take Medicaid away from approximately 17% of the country? Yes, they did. I looked at it, I wrapped my head around it. Yes, they voted to take Medicaid away from approximately 17 million people. Or I'm sorry, up to 11 million. 17 million people total, but 11 of them will probably get their insurance cut. It's 17 million people all in the pool. But she's absolutely right on most of it. So I think, does she have a final point?
And more money.
No, that one doesn't have the rest of her point. Let me grab the viewer comments and then I'll get back to... Oh, I can't grab them. Did I see Stop Killing Games is at 1.1 million? Let me help you out with the Stop Killing Games thing. I'm going to talk about it later in the show, but let me just grab your point real quick. It doesn't matter if the Stop Killing Games initiatives gets to 2 million votes, or 2 million signatures, or 3 million signatures, or 4 million signatures. It doesn't matter how many signatures it gets to. You done fucked up the way you wrote it. And again... You done fucked up the way you wrote it. The way you wrote it is never going to become law. You have already had conversations with members that have already said it's going to be up to the member states. You've already proven that you don't understand. At least it gets politicians to think about the subject. No, it doesn't. Stop saying shit like that. No, the fuck it doesn't. That is not how politics works. You're talking about 1.1 million signatures spread across all the European countries. Which politicians give a shit at that point? A politician cares when you have enough voters to say to that politician, if you don't care about my issue, come November, we go shopping for a new candidate. For example, my local congressperson, my local representative, is a mile and a half away from here. I talk to him all the time. I pop into his office all the time. We walk around the corner. There's a gas station there. We grab a couple of cups of coffee. We talk. I didn't like something he was doing. And I said, hey, just to let you know, I don't like something that you're doing. And a lot of the people that I am in the circle with don't like what you're doing. So we need to talk about this because you're putting what he wanted to do. His big push was that he wanted to find the post office. Let me map this out so you can understand he didn't think this through. So we have a major problem in Southern Illinois. And the problem in Southern Illinois is I live right here. I live in a farm town. And on the border of our farm town are all civilized towns. And all the way over here is St. Louis. If you drop a letter in the mail in this civilized town, it has to go all the way into another state and then come all the way back to us. That's fucking stupid. The solution to this would be to create, and if you want to send a letter from this civilized town to this civilized town, it has to go to St. Louis and back. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The Metro East area has been growing for the last 30 years. The answer would be to build a local mail sorting facility so that all these places that we have crosstown interactions. Like, for example, my garage spring broke last night. I'm gonna have to hire a guy to do it. If he were to send me a bill, I'd have to go all the way to fuck over to St. Louis to come over to me. And then when I send him the check, it'll have to go all the way to St. Louis to go over to him. His response was to say, here's you at your house. Here's the post office. And if they get you your mail late, then they're going to get fined. The post office is going to get fined. So you could be given a check. So you can pay more taxes so that they can have a bigger budget. So when they get fined, you can get your own money back. The fuck kind of sense does that make? So very politely, very respectfully, had a talk with him. He thought his initiative was a great idea. And I hit him with the Annette Bening line from the American president. I said, we don't think this is a good idea. Well, I do, and I'm going to try to move forward with it. Okay, well then, in November, we go shopping for a new candidate. Well, what do you mean? None of us are going to vote for you. You're not trying to tell me that people will break with the party. Oh, we're definitely telling you we will vote for all the other Democrats. We just won't vote for you. No, I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent. But because I live in a Democratic area, you got to get a good... It's like, if we try to run a Republican down here, we won't win at all. So we got to kind of make sure that the Democrats that get in office are decent ones. Know what I'm saying? Like, we can't have the candidate that we want, so we got to have the candidate that we can tolerate. And we were having a great conversation about this on my Discord. When you vote for a third party, a vote for a third party is a vote for the enemy of where you're drawing from. If you would normally align yourselves in good old American red tape, you're absolutely correct. If you would normally vote Republican, but an independent branches off from the Republican Party, a vote for this independent is a vote for this Democrat. Because you're drawing a vote away from that Republican. Unless you can get that guy to bow out of the election in the independent run against the Democrat, the way the American election system runs, it will never have a third candidate. We'll never have a third party. The only person in America right now that has any interest in starting an actual third party is Elon Musk. Elon Musk has the money that he could run 300 representatives and he could run all 33 senator races. And if he picks up, what about Andrew Yang's Ford Party? Andrew Yang and the Yang Gang have a fucking shitty platform. He doesn't have the money to do it. Andrew Yang doesn't have the ability to run a nationwide campaign. He doesn't have $25 billion. No, we didn't have a third party about 100 years ago. We had offspring of the main parties that then reabsorbed the main party. Everybody's like, what about Andrew Yang? What about Vivek Ramswamy? What about Nikki Haley? The problem is they don't have good platforms. They have appeasement platforms. And I saw Salty Bread say, I'm not sure if politicians should be allowed to campaign on the basis of tax reductions. It's basically a bribe. It is. You say, I wouldn't say his message is particularly bad. Let me help you out in politics. Your message is either good or it's bad. Is his message good? And if you say his message is good, and you are allowed to have that, that's a subjective opinion. Let me pull up his whole platform if I can get it. Because I don't know if he still has... Does he still have his up? Andrew Yang, he's got the freedom dividend. Andrew Yang proposes giving $1,000 a month to every adult to counter job loss from automation. Oh, is his thing still up? It's 2020 Yang 2020 com. Did he leave? Oh, it is up. Is this platform up here? Okay, I can actually show this. Let's just look at some of the things that he proposes. And before we begin, I am going to do my thing as a political scientist, because I do have a degree in it. I'm going to take what he says, and then I'm going to extrapolate his viewpoint so that I can apply it to other things, even if he hasn't necessarily said them. So he wants to have a freedom dividend. Andrew would implement the freedom dividend, a universal basic income of $1,000 a month, $12,000 a year for every American over the age of 18. This is independent of one's work status or any other factor. This would enable all Americans to pay their bills, educate themselves, start businesses, be more creative, stay healthy, relocate for work, spend time with their children, and take care of loved ones. Other than the regular increases to keep up with the cost of living, any change to the freedom dividend would require a constitutional amendment. It will be illegal or borrow against one's dividend. A universal basic income of this level would permanently grow the economy by 12.56% or 13.10% or about 2.5 trillion by 2025, and it would increase the labor force by 4.5 to 4.7 million people. Putting money into people's hands and keeping it there would be a perpetual boost and support to the job growth in the economy. Bullshit. All of that is bullshit. That entire fucking statement, that is all bullshit. That is, I want to say something to get elected. Let me just break this down. He has said, and this was said in 2025, or this was said in 2020. So we'll assume 2021, 2, 3, and 4. We'll assume he was president for 4 years, right? And I will drop this number down to 330 becomes 320, 319. I will drop this I'll drop this number down. Did he say over 18? Yeah. Let me get a real quick number. Otherwise I have to do okay, so we're going to do 300 million because I won't include. We're just going to be fair. We're going to be cool. I'm going to take all the illegal aliens. I'm going to take out all the resident aliens. So we have a population of 300 million. And then I'm going to take off 73 million individuals that were under the age of 18. So we have 227 million people. Okay? Now, we have 227 million people. And we're going to give them all 12,000 a year. This is we'll do 2,724,000,000 times 4. Because that's what he said. He said by 2025. Shit, I'm out of fucking chalkboard already. So 10 trillion. No. 10 billion. Right? 896,000,000. Where are we getting that money? No, it's 10 trillion. Yeah, it can't be billion. 227, 000 times 12,000. Yeah, let me fix this. 2724. I skipped 3 zeros. 000 times 4. 10 trillion, 896 billion, right? This is the total cost this is the total fucking cost to the American government. And what did he say? What was his number? That would increase the economy by 2.5 trillion. You're going to increase the economy by 2.5 trillion by 2025. So let's say this number doesn't grow at all. You're going to spend 2.7 trillion to increase the economy by 2.5 trillion. By the way, you get about 30% in taxes of this. So some people are going to say, well, it's only 200 billion. We can figure out a way to make that work. No, it's not. You're saddling yourself with a $2.7 trillion debt to increase the economy by 30%. So here's the thing. 80% of that money is spent on consumer products and services. Wouldn't it give us more returns over 10 years? No, I just told you. If you're spending this every year and you're only increasing your economy by that, and you only take in 30% of your economy increases in taxes, you're taking in about 800. Oh, you have to spend that every year. Yeah, to give them, if you gave everybody $12,000 today and it increased the economy by 2.5 trillion a year every year, but you're spending 2.7 trillion. So in 4 years, you would have spent $10.8 trillion to get an economy boost of 2.5 trillion. Now, you know what the scary part to me is? The scary part to me is he fucking made a website with a team of political consultants. And he wrote this. Now, is this great? Again, I'm not Thor. I do cherry pick lines, but I cherry pick lines to say the good of it. It would be illegal to lend or borrow against one's dividend. Yes, absolutely. If we ever do give a universal basic income, it should be illegal to lend or borrow against it. And what that means is you can't have a structured payment where I say, hey, give me a mortgage against my universal basic income. And they say, we can't do that. The federal law prevents us from accounting for your universal basic income because your universal basic income wasn't designed for you to buy investment property or a home. It's to pay your bills, educate yourself, start your business, be more creative, stay healthy, relocate for work, spend time with your children, take care of loved ones, and have a real stake in the future. Doesn't say you can buy real estate with it. Other than regular increases to keep up with the cost of living, any changes to the freedom dividend require a constitutional amendment. I'm going to be insulting here. Sorry, bitch. You can't write that because the only thing that requires a constitutional amendment to change is constitutional amendments. If you want to write this into the Constitution, go for it. But then you have to get a constitutional amendment changed. This is like giving trickle down versus triple up. Give a millionaire $1 million versus give 1,000 to 1,000 poor people. The latter has a greater return to economy. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That is, and I'm not trying, that is a poor person's argument for why this is a poor person's argument for why 1,000 poor people should get $1,000. We're talking about execution versus reality. Trickle down economics actually works when those that are given the money are compelled for it to trickle down. For example, people are mad that let me see if I can get the real quick number. No, what you're doing now is you're making an argument. You're trying to control the whole argument. You only get to make that top level statement. After you make the top level statement, you can't say stuff like the millionaire is more likely to spend money on import cars, traveling abroad, and investing versus spending money on goods, services, rent, etc. Because what you've done is trickle down economics doesn't work because this is what the millionaire is doing with the money. Well, of course, that's theory versus execution. I can then turn around and say giving $1,000 to 100 poor people or 1,000 poor people won't do anything because statistically speaking, those 1,000 poor people are likely to buy drugs. And now you're fucked because if you get to dictate to me for the argument how the millionaire is going to spend his money, and I can tell you that we have a drug crisis in this country and poor people, the bottom 50% of the economy makes up the preponderance of the drug expenditures. Now you're stuck because you say, I want to structure the argument and I want to say why it doesn't work because where the millionaire is going to spend his money. And I say that's great, but now I get to say where the poor people spend their money. But I don't think poor people spend their money that way. Okay, well, the theory says rich people won't spend their money that way. See what I'm saying? You can't structure both sides of it. How large of a tax break did Universal Studios get to build Epic? So, Universal Studios, multi-billion-dollar company, right? They got a 5% tax credit for 20 years. That's a huge fucking tax credit. They're building a $348 million facility, and they're going to get a $17.4 million reduction in their taxes. But if they're building a $348 million facility, what comes with a $348 million facility? People. Jobs. That is trickle-down economics. You shouldn't be giving tax breaks to rich companies. You shouldn't be giving the rich company $17.4 million in tax breaks because they don't need it. You're right. You shouldn't. I totally get that. But if they build a $348 million facility here, then they bring in people. They bring in jobs. People spend money on the local economy. But there's no inflation when you give rich people money. Why? Because they're not a reflection of customers. You're right. There's no inflation when you give rich people money. Lord Vaco, what you're doing is you are mixing and matching a theoretical argument and an executed argument. You're also failing to adapt to the idea that rich people aren't rich. Rich people are potentially rich. And unless you properly structure your argument, it's like I did to the guy on Wednesday. The thing about an argument is I don't have to put up a counterfactual. I can say nothing and just attack your points and win. I don't have to do anything other than say rich people aren't actually rich. And now you have to make an argument against that. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, these individuals are not technically rich. These people are potentially rich. I like to use the argument of everybody dogpiled on Jeff Bezos for years and years and years. For years and years and years, people said Jeff Bezos has too much money. They wrote these articles about Amazon stock went up and Jeff Bezos made like $1 billion. The very next quarter, Amazon stock dropped and he lost $4 billion. Where were all the news articles when he lost $4 billion? We want to vilify the rich, but I'll give you a great example. Amazon has built 2 warehouses, 2 distribution centers around here. One's about 35 minutes away, one's about 55 minutes away. The guy that got one of those contracts, and I haven't seen him for a bit, so I think the contract is up. My eldest brother and I were going to go in on a couple of these contracts. The contract was because Amazon wanted to establish their 2-day delivery. The seed money you had to give Amazon was $100,000. They gave you 10 trucks. You got 8 routes daily. They did all the maintenance on the trucks. You paid for the gas on the trucks. This was a no-lose business. This was a no-lose business. There was no loss here because Amazon wanted to stop using the United States Postal Service because they couldn't guarantee 2-day delivery. And since the USPS basically told Bezos to go fucking pound sand, he said, you know what? I will do that. And he did this thing. He built this giant distribution network. I have a couple of mechanic friends that work over at a place. They're servicing every week 400 Amazon trucks. There are so many Amazon trucks, so many delivery routes. They're servicing, all they do all day is service Amazon trucks. They don't see anything else. There's an entire set of bays for servicing the Amazon trucks because they all take the same oil filter, the same oil, the same air filters. That's all they have in that building. They are turning trucks over and over. And you know what they're mad about? Amazon has already told them, don't expand your operation to service our trucks, because we're building a vehicle fleet management site at both of our warehouses. So the problem is, when we make arguments, we have to make sure that we're making good, genuine arguments. We want to vilify Amazon, but what about all the trickle down? And see, people want to say, and I get it, and I'm not disputing this. I am accepting this as a fucked up reality. But I'm saying, although I accept part of the reality, I'm not conceding the whole argument. Yes, I understand that if you give ABC Inc. a tax break, they should filter down money to their lowest levels. And this is one part of trickle down. That is one part of trickle down economics. And that's the piece that's not happening. But what is happening is you give them a tax break. Not you give them a tax break. This town gives them a tax break. Wrong screen. This town gives them a tax break versus this town that doesn't. So they build a new warehouse here. And from that warehouse, they attach a vehicle fleet maintenance facility. And so you've got employees, right? You've got warehouse workers. You've got forklift drivers. You've got semi-truck drivers that have to bring the stuff here. So because now you have semi-truck drivers, you build a truck stop right here. What do you put in here? Cheap diesel, snacks, showers. If you can make it walkable, then these truck drivers can drop their rig off, know that they have a 3-hour turn, they can walk over here, get a shit shower and shave, they can have a sit-down snack, they don't have to sit in the cab of their truck. Reality, if you give a company a tax break, they're not going to hire more people. Bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. And I've just spent 10 minutes talking about how they are hiring more people. Labor requirement is driven by product service. You never hire more people just because your profits are higher. You're right, you don't hire more people because your profits are higher. I literally just said the trickle down doesn't work inside, but you're hiring an awful lot of people. You are driving an awful lot of people. Now, you're right. If you're not selling any more product and you give them a tax break, you're not going to get any more money out of that company. Which company isn't expanding? Which company getting tax breaks isn't expanding? Name one. Name me a company that is getting millions and billions of dollars in tax breaks that's not expanding. Show me a stagnant company. I've shown one during the show. They got fucked. You built a fucking semiconductor factory in Texas. You couldn't get it online in order to capitalize, and now the market has changed. That sucks. That's going to be a big loss for the local economy and the state economy in Texas. But which companies are getting tax breaks and not growing? Apple's growing. Disney's growing. Universal Studios is growing. Did they expand because of the tax break, or were they going to grow anyway? That's the question. That's the fucking question right there. That's the money question. And as I said, it's not a matter of if they're going to grow. It's a matter of where are they going to grow. Town A and Town B are both optimal sites. So Jalan, who wants to expand, I want to build a warehouse that's going to employ 250 people plus another 250 in residuals. I say, hey, I'm looking to build a warehouse in your location that's going to create 250 local jobs, not to mention the construction jobs that get created when we build the facility. Are you willing to give me some sort of tax break? No, we're talking, some places looking at Canada basically has Amazon and other companies thrive off tax breaks, as well as paying mostly, if not 90% plus to foreign workers. Well, okay, let me stop you there. If your country allows foreign workers to come in and take jobs away from the citizens, that's not an economic problem. That's a political immigration problem, and there should be a wall about 9 feet thick for blame. You don't blame the company. You don't blame the company. You can blame the company for hiring imported workers. But you can't blame the company for their getting the tax break because you're trying to make an illegal worker argument. You can make the arguments, but you have to keep the arguments clean. The arguments can't get all jumbled. Well, this company shouldn't get tax breaks. Not really. Foreign workers, they're forcing immigration. And yes, it's a political immigration problem. The company could lobby for it, but it's the government's. Yes, exactly. See, I'm glad that you're an adult. Thank you for being an adult. Thank you for recognizing that you probably were pissed when I first started saying it, and then you're like, yeah, you're right. I am not saying it's not a problem, but this is the spaghetti chart of that problem. And this is where the average person doesn't get it. So we have a problem, and we map out all the things with the problem. And then we have another problem, and we map out all the things with the other problem. And then pretty soon, what happens is, all of our problems get spaghetti charted, and we say, this problem is for this reason. And I said, no, that's the red problem, but you're using the white spaghetti line. Yes, it is bullshit, and I am not pro big corpo. When I play Cyberpunk 2077, I love being former Arasaka because I love just the delicious irony of fucking that whole company over as a guy that if you had just treated him right, would have probably been loyal and this whole thing wouldn't have happened. It's a problem. This is a problem. Let's talk about the problems. Because if we don't give, they also give them massive incentives. I believe somewhere between 10 and 20K for food, clothing, and furniture. Canada sucks because they give tax breaks to immigrants. Yeah, Canada sucks because they give tax breaks to immigrants, but you have unemployed people. In America, they say we need to have immigration because we need workers. No, the fuck we don't. We have 7.1 million unemployed people, and I didn't look at last month's numbers yet. I told you I'll look at last month's numbers after the holiday weekend. Last month, we had 7.1 million unemployed people and only 5.4 million people legitimately looking for work. But we have 10.99 million illegal immigrants. So if we got rid of the 10.99 illegal immigrants, and we opened up 10.99 million jobs, then the people that are not working need to get off their ass. Now, I am fully willing to say that part of the big beautiful bill that limits Medicaid, I know people aren't going to be popular with me, but some of the people on Medicaid are third generation poor people who are living off the system. Medicaid is not social medicine. Medicaid is a social safety net. But the motherfucking Republicans want people to have to work 80 hours a month in order to get their Medicaid. Some people on Medicaid can't work. But the way you wrote the bill, it's going to be difficult. They need to get mental help. A lot of them, well, lots of them. Well, here, I'm gonna share a thing from my own family. I met with my daughter yesterday. My daughter has had a lot of issues over the last couple of years. My daughter is a mental health patient. She came to my house. She finally needed help. There's a part of me that doesn't want to help her. That tribal, self-interested, selfish, because we all have it. There's a part of me that doesn't want to help her. My wife tells me she's coming over, she needs help. Part of me wants to be like, fuck off, right? You were mean, you were nasty, but the rest of me is like, okay, what can we do to help her? My daughter tells me she's only making about 100, 120 bucks a week at her job because they're cutting her hours. She never has a set schedule. She's got another job. She reads books for blind children. But she's struggling because she's living paycheck to paycheck. She's in debt. A couple of friends she moved in with fucked her over. She finally came over. She finally asked for help. I took out a sheet of paper and I said to her, and I know some of you are going to cringe because it's going to look like a foursquare. But I said to her, what do you need? Remember, I do that lesson, and if I need to redo the lesson for people that are interested, I'll do it. I said, what do you need? What's your number? And she knows this lesson because she's gotten it. I said, what do you need? What is your number? And she's like, I don't know. And then I was like, stop. If you don't, I started with the sheet of paper. I said, if you don't know your number, then I can't help you. Not that I don't want to help you. If you don't know your number, I can't help you. My daughter starts crying. She's upset. She's emotional. I finally get her calmed down. And I said, this is how impactful of a problem it is. You're so far underwater, you don't even know which direction is up. So drop your glow stick if you're not a scuba diver. If you lose orientation, you break a glow stick and you just let go of it. It'll sink. That's down. So I said, break your glow stick. Tell me which way is up. She calms down, takes a breath. She says, my number is $500. So I write $500 down here. I said, your this is your number. I said, okay, how far in debt are you? And she starts crying again. It's a big emotional issue. And I said, I'm neurodivergent. Your emotions, I can't help you with. Your mom's in the other room. She'll help you with those when we're done. I can't help you. She says, I have $200 left on the bill that my friends fucked me over with, and I have no food. And I said, okay, $200, and you need $100 for food. This is money. This is your life. This is your now. I said, what are your needs? I said, what do you need? Well, my daughter's like, she shows me, she's like, I'm still wearing, my daughter's about to turn 20. She's like, I'm still wearing the same shoes from when I was 14. Now, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, I couldn't get those goddamn ratty ass shoes off her feet. I've bought her other shoes. I call her Happy Feet because I shop at Kids Foot Locker for her. I said, so you need shoes. I said, what else do you need? What do you need? Nothing. So then we circled around a little bit. It's shoes. I need clothes. I didn't go for my annual eye exam. So we start making a list of all the needs. So we've got, what do you need right now? What are your needs? What is your life? What are your tasks? What are the things that you need to do? So we get to the conversation and I looked at her and I said, so you're telling me you're walking around with all this stress, you're suicidal. She told me she's suicidal. Said you're walking around, you feel overwhelmed, you feel like you have no safety net, all these things for $5,000. And she's like, well, yeah, $5,000 is a lot of money. So I handed her a slip of paper and I said, yeah, $5,000 is a lot of money because that's what you already owe me, because she owes me $5,000. So I said, looking at your life, you need $5,000 for the next 6 months, and you owe me $5,000, but you're making $100 a week, which means you make $5,200 a year, which means you're fucked. And she's like, well, yeah, that's why I'm so stressed. Fine. I wipe your $5,000 debt. I said, what do you want to do? I want to go to school. And you need $500 a month. Yeah. Is your scholarship still good? Yeah. Watch this. For the next 6 months, I'll give you $500 a month. Quit your job. Go to school. And instantly like that, 95% of her stress fell off. Now, some people are going to say, well, that's easy to do because she has a father who can just write a check. That's easy to do because her life only costs $500 a month. That's easy. Yeah, but that's the government. The example is I'm the government. The problem is that the people that say, I need help, I need this, I need that, they want to blame the other guy. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. I will give you 50 examples of how trickle-down economics works. The problem is it doesn't work the way people want it to work, so they say it doesn't work. Happy 4th of July, have some barbecue, good stuff. I find it weird how they can cram so many things that are unrelated into the bill. Yeah, you're right, and I talked about that. I don't think you were here yet. The big bucket of bullshit is a terrible bill. It should have been divided into at least 20 bills. It's 1,100 pages long. For anybody to read the big beautiful bill, you can either you can either read the big beautiful bill or you can read The Lord of the Rings. By the way, happy 4th. We're glad to be rid of you. Look, you salty motherfucker. Color. Humor. Flavor. What are you doing? Getting rid of you. Look, no matter what you say, England shouldn't talk shit to us on our holiday. Because we beat your ass in a war, and within 200 years, we saved your ass twice. Just say thank you and sit down. Buy us a beer. I want to remind you. We're glad we're rid of you, person. We beat your ass so thoroughly in our revolution, you're now our longest ally. We beat your ass all the way from the enemy side to we follow you to war side. Something, we burned your White House. Yeah? It's nicer than your fucking palace. Now, back to what we were saying, though, about how trickle-down economics doesn't work. Trickle-down economics absolutely works. Now, here's the funny part. I say to people, trickle-down economics doesn't work. And then I give them examples, and then they leave. Because if all your assumptions are wrong, and you get challenged on all your assumptions. Yes, it is true. A company is not going to hire more workers if they don't need more workers. But then the question is, if a company isn't going to hire more workers, and they're not going to expand, and they're not going to build new facilities, what tax breaks are they getting? Now, what that woman said that started off this whole segment was, we've given tax breaks to companies in the hopes that they are going to hire more workers. Well, I can give you an example of where it does work, and I can give you an example of where it hurts. My tax rate for my company went up. My federal went down, but my state went up. I ended up more in the hole than I ended up out of the hole due to the transfer of tax rates. The more you tax me, the less money I have, the less contractors I can hire. That's it. That's a direct one-for-one example of higher taxes on companies means less people get hired. I think people forget that you can't talk about anything in a vacuum. And I like to cross over video games with politics because it works, because it's consumerism. If I can invest $1 and make $1.50, or I can invest 1 penny and make 50 cents, which is the better deal? Immediately people will say this is the better deal because it's 50 cents in profit versus 49 cents in profit. No, this is the better deal. And here's why this is the better deal. Because if I invest $1 and make $1.50, I made 50 cents in profit. If I invested a penny and I made 50 cents, I made 49 cents in profit. But I can do this 99 more times. And after I do this, right? After I do this twice successfully, or 3 times successfully, that leaves me 96 more opportunities for profit with 0% risk. My first 3 successes pay for all 100 attempts. More than that, but I need 3. I can't have 2 successes. I gotta have 3 successes to get to $1. I'm 2 pennies short on 2 successes. My first 3 successes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 97. My next 97 attempts are all profit because I've paid for them all with 3 wins. If a company can invest $1 and only make $1.50 and absorb all that risk, or a video game company can expend a penny, well, the quality is going to go down. If the consumer buys it, even if the quality is going down, why would the company put more money in to have a higher quality? Well, a company would do that because, no, they wouldn't do that. There's no argument you're going to make that the company would do it. Well, there's a couple of companies out there. Yeah, there's a couple of anecdotal answers. It's a good thing they don't read it and just vote based on which side they're on. Well, they did. I hope you're being sarcastic. It works, but it's not the problem. People don't want more jobs. They want their individual problems fixed. You have to remember, a lot of people complaining already have jobs, so this does nothing for them. Yeah, you are spot on with every single thing you just said. A lot of the people complaining already have jobs. A lot of the people don't. I don't think you were here either, Magnus, when I broke down people that are on tips think they're going to make $25,000 more a year. They don't realize they're going to make $5,099 more dollars a year. Because they're getting a 25% they're getting a $25,000 deductible. They're not getting $25,000 more in their pocket. Deductibles are great because it means you pay less in taxes. One second.
Dance. Dance.
Were you yelling at a cat? Oh, okay.
Dance.
Sorry about that. I heard my wife's voice raised, and I thought somebody was downstairs yelling at my wife, and I was about to, go into fight back mode. She was yelling at my cat. That would be a whole lot of tips if you can use the full 25K deduction. I used to make that. I used to make that in tips. I made that in tips at a fucking Denny's. So I made about $52,000 a year at Denny's in tips. I made way more than that at the steakhouse. Most of the time at the steakhouse, you had 6 turn 3 and all your 6s were 6 tops. So you didn't always have a 6 top, but all of your seats were 6 tops. So, and you only had 3, you handled a total of 9 tables a night. Because the average meal there was about 2 hours. So, your tables you would do 1 set turn, 2nd set turn, your tables would go vacant, you would go have your meal, and then you'd come back for 1 more set of tables. And then if it was Friday or Saturday, there was another server that would take your tables. One of the expo or one of the food runners would, at the end of they'd go in the back, they'd put their shirt and tie on, and then they'd handle your tables, and you'd go home because they don't want you there any longer. But yeah, when your average tab is $1,000 and you're getting 18% of that, it's really easy to make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 in a year in tips. I mean, you got to tip out the bartender, you got to tip out your food runner, your expo, your bus boy. But I was more than happy to do that. Yeah, the 10 to 20 hours to read a bill. They didn't read it. And there's a lot of people that threw the bill into ChatGPT. According to Charlie Kirk, you can throw any legal document into ChatGPT and it'll summarize it for you. Except ChatGPT doesn't understand, no matter how many times you program it, not to put an EM dash in its responses or to start sentences with conjunctions. You shouldn't be using AI to do your work for you. Plus the fact you can't really load a document that long in a ChatGPT because it's going to make mistakes, especially when the bottom part of the bill starts referencing the top part of the bill. It's not going to have all that in its memory. You will as a human. Okay, I'm lying. You probably won't.
There's really
This is the other problem with, let's see, shots fired towards the Republicans.
Never want to hear the Republicans lecture about fiscal responsibility again. The last president to actually balance this budget was Bill Clinton. And today, Bob Rubin and Larry Summers wrote an op-ed in the New York Times that every American should read. Their budget will take the deficit up to 8% of GDP. It is historically unprecedented in the history of our country during peacetime. We've never had a more reckless deficit exploding bill than what they're posing. The Democrats have a proposal to bring the deficits back down under 4%. Bob Rubin and Larry Summers were the last ones who've done it.
Okay, I'm going to just stop right there. If the best you can do is bring the deficit down to under 4%, then you still suck ass at your job. You shouldn't be celebrating the fact that we have this plan that still fucks the American people.
Hakeem Jeffries is leading with a sensible proposal to lower deficits. If you care about debt in this country, if you care about our grandkids being burdened with debt, if you care about a bond market devastation, then you need to recognize that this bill hurts America and you need to support the Democratic plan for deficit reduction.
I mean, he's not wrong. Each side says a number, just double it. That's probably the real one. No, it's not. Because I have notes for today's show, because I actually felt pretty good. I felt pretty good during show prep. I didn't feel pretty good since. Deficit by parties. Ronald Reagan significantly increased the debt due to tax cuts and defense spending. The national debt tripled under Ronald Reagan between 1981 and 1989. Jimmy Carter, who was 1977 to 1981, we skip him because his presidency was really weird, and the economy operated completely differently. If you wanted to study the economy, you start with Reagan in 81. So after 89, we had George H.W. Bush. He signed a tax increase in 1990 to slow down the national debt, but then we went into the Gulf War and a recession that happened in 1989 with the stock market realignment, and the Gulf War played a huge role in our national debt going up. So in 94, in 93, we got Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton is the last president to leave office with a budget surplus. He was president from 93 to 2001. He actually reduced the national debt. In 2001, we got George W. Bush, and we went into 8 years of war. George W. Bush reduced taxes and also cut Medicaid Part D. So not only did we end up with a huge deficit, we also ended up with less social safety net. Barack Obama inherited a huge debt from the housing market crash of 2008. He reduced the deficit every year after 2009, though the national debt still increased. That's that statement where you're like, we're only going to increase the deficit by 4% a year. Well, you're going to have to do mo better, because you can't say, yes, their bill would reduce it by 4%. It's not a matter of, do I think they will reduce it? It's a matter of when you look at the bottom line spending, and they're not reducing it by 4%. That's not what he said. He didn't say they're going to reduce the national debt by 4%. He said they're going to reduce the deficit to 4%. That means instead of us having $1 debt and having to pay $1.09, instead of us having $1 and paying $1.09 for something, what we do is we say we're only going to pay $1.04 for it. What we want to do is have $1 in our pocket and only spend 99 cents. Actually, in order to properly address what's going on with the national debt right now, which people don't understand, for every dollar we collect in tax revenue, we really can only afford to spend 82 cents. That literally means nothing to me now that I know that. Well, it should mean something to you, because what you might not know is 13 cents out of every dollar that we collect in taxes go to pay just the interest on the national debt. And as you know anything about debt, unless you're putting money towards the principal, you will never, ever If you're keeping up 100% of just the interest, you're never making any motion to reduce the interest. So right now, because we're spending... No, I hate that argument too, because it will eventually be everything to interest isn't true either. So right now, we spend 13 cents out of every dollar on interest. If we ran a 0.0% budget, completely balanced, we would still have this, but the interest doesn't grow because you're paying down all the interest. What we need is we need to run a 0.0 budget, but we need to run it so that we can put 15 cents out of every dollar, 13 to the interest, 2 to the principal, because then after a couple of months of this, it would be 12.9 to the interest and 2.1 to the principal, then 12.8 and 2.2 and so on. It's the same way you handle your personal finances. The same, if you're always paying your interest, as the debt grows, doesn't the interest grow up? Yes, absolutely. Which is why I said, well, as the debt grows, the interest goes up. That's why we need to run that 0.0 completely balanced budget until we do that. So yes, the Democrats' plan to only have a 4% deficit doesn't fix the problem, but it fixes the problem a whole lot better than an 8% deficit. How long do you think it'll take the debt to pay down the debt to zero? Approximately, if we started right now with a balanced budget, we didn't raise taxes, 28 years. Approximately 28 years. Same way the Sims games works. They teach you basic economics. That's not too bad. That's fucking terrible, man. That's an entire generation. In fact, that's the way we've been doing it now in sociology. That's 2 generations. That's fucking terrible. But everybody wants to argue. Everybody wants to argue about the dumbest shit. And as you saw, somebody came in full of passion and vigor and zeal. They got their arguments stomped, so they went somewhere else. Because people don't want to get their arguments stomped. If you have a great argument, I'll agree with the argument. If you have a terrible understanding of, like, we shouldn't be giving tax breaks to rich companies because they're not doing anything for the economy. Where the fuck do all the jobs come from? Who hired you? Well, they should pay their workers better. Different fucking argument. Do you want to talk about that argument? Because if you want to talk about that argument, we can shift lanes. Well, all these problems are interconnected. No, they're actually not. They're only interconnected because you need a fact from column C to justify column A. The government should be allowed to make money off something. Yes, they absolutely fucking should. The government should be allowed to generate a profit. The government should be allowed to operate certain things at a profit. Most notably, the government should be involved at a profit on military arms sales. When you hear that the United States government authorized an arms sale, so you have Boeing, you have the Department of Defense, you have the federal government, and you have an ally country. Let's say the cost to make a jet is $150 million. Well, hold on. Let me not say that. Let me get the actual number. I don't like to just bullshit numbers. Let's see. And this is a hard number to do. Okay, so how many have we made? Okay, so yeah, we'll do the flyaway cost. So our ally wants to buy an F-35A. They just want to buy one. We'll keep the example simple. Our ally wants to buy an F-35A. The way it works right now is our ally talks to the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense talks to Boeing. Boeing says yes to the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense talks to the federal government. The federal government talks to the ally, and then they say yes, they say yes, they say yes, we can deliver. And the $82.5 million goes from our ally to Boeing. Boeing pays taxes on it, and it goes that way. The way it should work is that you've got the Fed, the DoD, Boeing, our ally wants to buy an F-35. And the Department of Defense asks the federal government. The federal government says yes. The Department of Defense says, sure, we'll sell you an F-35. And we'll sell it to you for $85 million. Meaning we made $2.5 million profit. Then we call Boeing and we say, hey, Boeing, we need to order another F-35. And they sell us another one at $82.5 million. And as you can see, this helps us out of our fucking problem. The United States government doesn't sell arms to foreign countries. The United States government facilitates arms sales to other countries. We're the middleman making no money. So why the fuck are we middlemaning it? We do this with everything. We should absolutely be selling things at a profit. The problem is, Boeing doesn't want to do that. Because Boeing says, well, that $2.5 million profit is ours. And we're like, no, because we funded your $1.7 trillion in R&D to make this. You've already been paid. The problem with the way the system is set up is government contractors get paid, and then they 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 get paid, and then when we want to not pay them, they say, but we'll collapse as a company. I think that instead of the United States government giving bailouts to banks, the United States government should be giving ratings to banks, and they should be saying to the American people, move your money into banks that are solid. You want to solve a lot of the problem? Get rid of fractional lending. They should take over arms sales. No, they don't take over. Yeah, but they take over arms sales, not arms manufacturing, as well as recreational drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. Well, you already pay a fuck ton of federal taxes on drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. If the federal government took over all of that, those companies would just go out of business. No, fuck off. They shouldn't take over the medical industry. Look, man, anybody... Yeah, but they should take over sales. No, they shouldn't, because those are domestic sales. And where do you draw the line then? Video games? Movies? I want to live in a capitalistic society. I don't want to live in a communistic society. I don't want to live in a socialistic society. I don't want to live there. If you want to live there, there are plenty of those countries to go live in. For example, I'm going to give you a great example that everybody always says. European healthcare is free, right? Everybody always says European healthcare is free. European healthcare is free. I'm tired of fucking hearing it. European healthcare is free. Shut the fuck up. It's not free. Where is this free European healthcare that we're talking about? Where is the free? There, look at that. Now, you're like, oh, well, the cost of that is so much cheaper. I'm going to get there in a second. Yeah, but they aren't allowed to compete in Europe. What does that matter? Because I don't give a shit about that argument. I give a shit about the argument that Americans and people like Bernie Sanders keep saying European healthcare is free. European healthcare is free. European healthcare is free. It's not fucking free in Finland. And now this is only half of it. This is only half of it. This is the first half of it. But oh my God, it's so much cheaper than America. Oh really, assholes? It's so much cheaper than America? Let's talk about Finland for a second. Finland. Healthcare is not free. Healthcare is government subsidized. It is funded by general and local taxes. Let's talk about those taxes. Okay? Yes, they cap your medical fees at $600 a year. Well, we'll say $600, $700 because after that it is totally free. Oh my God, that's so much better than America because it's capped at $600 to $700. Sure. Personal income tax is a progressive tax up to 44.25% on 150 or more. Right? You have a municipal tax of 9.3%. You have your church tax of 1 to 2% if applicable. You have your public broadcasting tax on all your income of 2.5% on all your income over 15,000, right? That's a lot of fucking taxes. You also have your marginal total income tax. You have your capital income tax. You have your VAT, which is 25%. And you have your reduced VAT on certain items of 14%. So the average person living in Finland is potentially paying, 52% in taxes. 50 cents out of every dollar is going to the government. And then you still have to pay another $700 out of pocket. When I said they take over, I said they should be able to act like a private business and complete, of course. The government would still have more rules and regulations. Why are you trying? What? Okay, it's a great idea, and you always have great ideas. What value are you adding? What value are you adding there? So you want the government to sell a product and then pay taxes to itself? How does that help anybody? So you're saying that the government should be able to compete with private business. They already do that. It's called the VA. They already do that. It's called TRICARE. How does that fucking work out for people? It's great that it's free, but it's not free. VA healthcare is free, but I invested 20 years to get it. Well, I invested 15 years personally, but your average veteran, unless their condition is covered by a service-related injury, they don't get free full healthcare. They get free basic healthcare, and they get their specific injury treated. But it takes 7 months to get a fucking appointment. But that's run by the government. If you want to talk about government-provided healthcare, go to Cook County Hospital. I don't even know if it's still there anymore. Go to Cook County Hospital in Chicago. Had a friend that was sick, went to Cook County Hospital, was in the waiting room for 3 fucking days. Because there was a rash of gunshot victims. And in a county hospital, in every hospital, you get seen in the order of triage. Every time there was a fucking gunshot victim come in, that ties up all the ER workers. If you're there for anything other, you move on. No, they're not running it poorly. They're running it according to fucking triage standards. If I'm talking about Cook County, if you're talking about getting an appointment for 9 months, the problem with giving every veteran VA healthcare but not having enough capacity means, guess what? There's a line out the door. Case in point, I went to the ER about a month and a half ago, and I was seriously fucking dying. Like, I was dehydrated so bad that without an infusion pump, I took an entire bag of fluid in less than 30 minutes without an infusion pump. That's how dehydrated I was. My kidneys were failing. I was in kidney failure. My ketosis levels were 3 times the edge of the unsafe range. I got taken down for some scans, and literally they were about to put another patient in, and they came down and like, he's a priority. That's how it works. The priority gets bumped. 3 days, sounds like they need more hospitals. Great. Where are you going to get it? Who's going to pay for it? Magnus, you constantly have these arguments of we need more. More means more taxes. Somebody's got to pay for the shit. Why is it that I'm able to go to a doctor and get seen? My doctor wanted me to get a pulmonary function test. I got in for a PFT within 3 weeks. As soon as they realized all their other things hadn't discovered the problem, my appointment for a month later got bumped to the next day. Because I have the insurance that pays for it. If they sold marijuana, they could take all the profits from that and expand where needed. No, they can't. Why do you think that all the profits from marijuana can be taken out of marijuana and put into other things? What does it take to properly build a business? You got to take your profits and reinvest it in the business. They already tax marijuana. Trust me, I know how much they tax that shit. I have my medical card for the very reason that they tax the shit out of it. I know not everybody agrees with this, but I was a benzodiazepine addict, I was an opioid painkiller addict, and I have been able to curb my addictions by using medically prescribed marijuana. I do not smoke. I take it in tablet form. I don't take it recreationally. They tax marijuana recreationally at 30% already. The government's already taking a cut. If you put too much more tax on it, nobody can afford it, and everybody goes back to growing their own in the baseball fields in the off season. Not that I would know anything about that. Remember, you say all these profits, if they're government employees running dispensaries, if it's government employees running the farms, if it's government employees transporting the product, if it's government employees doing the HR, if it's government employees doing the security, where are your profits going? You're using them all up to subsidize. I'm not the person to try to figure it out. They need to be appealing enough to make a profit while giving out stuff for free. Oh, there's your problem. You want free shit, but you don't want to account for all the costs. I get what you're saying. We need more hospitals. We need more healthcare, which means every American would have to be willing to start at 50% income tax. Tax the rich. Tax the rich on what? You want to close the loopholes? Let's close the fucking loopholes then. Let's forbid federally backed banks from giving loans against stock collateral or capital gains collateral. And that would fuck me too. And I would be okay with that. Because as I told you, I can go to the bank right now and under $40,000, the fucking bank manager will just write me a check. He won't write me, well, yeah, under 40,000, he'll write me a check. It would take me 4 minutes not today because the bank's not open. But I could walk into the bank on Monday morning and say, hey man, what's up? He'd be like, what's going on? I'd be like, I need $40,000 as a personal check issued to me. My collateral is my CD. He'd be like, yeah, give me like 2 minutes. The only question he would ask me is, am I making it out to you or do you want me to write out the cashier's check to somebody? I'd be like, hey, I don't need a cashier's check. Just dump it in my account for me. Sign here? Yep. Your collateral is your CD? Yep. You have until 28 September to pay us back. Cool. People are going to say, well, what's the interest rate? Interest rate? That's a fucking courtesy. I'm only asking to borrow July, August, and September. I'm asking to borrow 40 grand for 3 months. They want me to keep my money in the bank. Now, if I need more than that, they might charge me a % or two. How about stopping invested 40 to 50 billion a year in China all the way back to the 80s? What 40 or 50 billion dollars a year are you talking about? You're gonna have to give me some specifics because I'm a little confused. Because I'm pretty sure the U.S. government hasn't done that. So who are you talking about? Are you talking about private corporations? Right. But you say, how about stopping it? You can't stop it. See, you want to say, how about stopping 40 to 50 billion dollars a year in China all the way back to the 80s, which is when the wages began being stagnant. Did you know that wages became stagnant due to unions? Unions are to blame for why wages in the United States became stagnant. If you can hang out for 2 minutes, I'll give you a talking point. If you don't believe me, you can go research it. There's a place in the south side of Chicago called Ford Heights. It was called Ford Heights because the Ford plant is on this side of the road. There's a railroad track across the road. The road goes this way. There's railroad tracks here. And I believe, if memory serves, it was U.S. Steel over here. No, not just give up. It's not about, see, look at that. You have an incomplete statement. I tell you where your statement is complete. You say big business did. I say now you have the complete statement, and then you say just give up. The problem is this. The Ford plant was on one side of a street. The U.S. Steel plant was on the other. Ford, 3 times a day, would buy steel from the U.S. Steel plant, which makes a lot of fucking sense. This is a great fucking setup. Your number one and 90% plus customer is right across the street. Now, hold on. So big business, look, man, all I'm going to say to you is if you're going to be flippant and you're going to get challenged and you're going to get told you're wrong and then you're going to put your hands up and think my argument is big business can do what they want and nothing needs to be done. I've never said nothing needs to be done. What I'm going to tell you, and you'll probably never come back because people don't like hearing it, you can either be part of the problem or you can be part of the solution. Stop being part of the fucking problem and start being part of the solution. If your attitude is to get challenged and then throw your hands up, assuming I say nothing can be done, there's a fuck ton that can be done. But this is the problem. You have to understand the history of a problem. I always tell my viewers, you have to spend 51% of your time understanding the problem and 49% coming up with the solution. Because most of the time when you understand the problem thoroughly, the solution becomes really easy. So let me finish this example. What are you, a dumb fuck? I'm not even going to be nice to you if you're going to keep being flippant. Big business can't do anything wrong then. I have literally said 3 times, yes, there's a ton that can be done if you understand the problem. But watch this. U.S. Steel had a union, and they drove their wages up so high that U.S. Steel had to charge so much for their steel, it was cheaper for the Ford plant in the south side of Chicago to buy steel from Japan on the other side of the fucking planet, ship it up the Mississippi River, get it transported to the plant. It was cheaper to buy steel from Asia than it was to buy steel from across the street. I'm all for saying big business needs to be curtailed. Big business needs to be brought in. Investment in foreign countries needs to be fixed. But if we're not at least going to recognize that union wages is the reason why in the 80s companies took their money and went to developing third world countries, then all we're going to do is we're going to try to fix the problem today. And even if we fix the problem today, we're going to have the same problem from the 80s tomorrow because we have to fix the whole spectrum of the problem. We can't just, so the workers are the problem. The workers are not the problem. The unions are the problem. The unions are the problem. As a former union negotiator for my school district, I should not get extra money to negotiate on behalf of the union when my negotiations on behalf of the union already directly benefit me. The union steward for I was a teacher. Before I went into the military, I was a teacher. Those darn workers making them compete with China. Yet, see, look, man, you're not interested in having a genuine argument. You just want to have talking points. Then have good talking points. I'll tell you where part of the problem is. Unions have a union steward, a union president, a union treasurer, and usually a negotiator. And then they might have more officers depending on the size of the union. I was a teacher. I got a kicker for being our negotiator. Our steward didn't teach any classes. Our union steward spent their whole day doing union stuff. But they drew a full paycheck. Which means, in that case, the people in the school district were paying for 3 union officers that weren't teaching any kids. The U.S. Steel plant had 3 union officers they had to pay salaries to who didn't contribute. Now, do I think that unions were important back when kids were getting hands chopped off? So unions made big business invest in China. Made is a little bit of a rough word, but because it was so much more expensive to pay American workers, it became more advantageous for big business to invest in China. And the federal government didn't care because they look at the bottom line in taxes. How much money are we getting in taxes? And since they stopped giving a shit about running a balanced budget, they stopped giving a shit about the bottom line guy. You're absolutely right. We haven't cared about the bottom 50% of America since before I was born. Since 1980, the bottom 50% of America only held 3% of the worth. And now since 2000, the bottom 50% of America only controls 2% of the wealth. That's a problem. But everybody's immediate knee-jerk reaction is to say, that's the problem, that's the problem, that's the problem, that's the problem. Well, tell me what the problem is. What exactly is the problem? And what were the solutions? Donald Trump has the right solutions, but he has the wrong execution of those solutions. I'm going to immediately put a tariff on China of like 135%. Okay. How'd that work out for us? I showed already earlier in the show the microchip factory in Texas that was $44 billion. So if no unions, big business will not focus on profits. If no unions, back to my example of you have a factory on one side of a street and a steel production plant on another side of the street, and when it becomes cheaper to buy the steel from across the street, then you have 1,000+ workers over here. And this isn't just Fort Heights, Illinois. It's also Granite City, Illinois. Granite City, Illinois, you can look it up. I believe their forges have been in caretaker status since 2017. Because it costs more. It costs something like hold on. I'm not even going to say what it costs. Let me get the actual numbers. And then you can figure out where the problem is. Let me grab the numbers real quick. Let me grab the steel numbers. So we should be paid Chinese wages. Where the fuck do you even get the argument that I'm saying we should be paid Chinese wages? See, this is where you don't want to have a legitimate argument. I am the wrong guy to try to twist an argument with because I've never said we should be paid Chinese wages. But let me give you the example of where the disconnect is. You want hot rolled coiled steel, right? It's $880 a ton to make in the US. It's $665 to make in Europe. And it's, we'll do China. It's $437 in China. The problem becomes, if it's $880 a ton in the US and it's $437 in China, and if my cost to import it from China does not exceed $880, as a business, if I'm building something, it's more advantageous to me to buy it from China than it is to buy it from the US, which means the US doesn't have jobs. Now, down in Alabama, they're building a new steel factory because they already have partnerships where people have agreed to buy steel from there. But where your all your arguments is big business will not focus on profits, we should all be paid Chinese wages. No, what we should have done is instead of Donald Trump coming in on his first day of office, fucking guns blazing, and say I'm gonna put tariffs on everybody, he should have looked around the country and said, hey, steel company in Granite City, Illinois, you're in caretaker status. You might want to get that ramped up because I'm gonna put a fucking tariff on steel. And then what should have happened is he should have gone to the unions and said, hey, I want Americans to be able to buy American steel, but y'all wages is too fucking crazy. You as the union need to sit down with your company and you need to figure out a way to bridge that gap so that the steel is economic. Because again, are you telling me as a business owner that you would buy American steel at more than 50% the cost? So big business won't go for profit by using China. They absolutely will go for profit by using China. Absolutely, but it's not just big business that does it. Small businesses do it. You think the small construction company can afford to pay 50% more in materials to buy American stock? They can't. Up in Oregon, they chop down trees in Oregon, which is first tier gathering. They ship the fucking lumber up to Canada, who mills it and process it. They send it back to America as a finished good. Well, not a finished good, but an intermediate good. And then the people in Oregon is like, they will union or not. You're right, they will union or not. But the point you're missing, and I think you're missing it intentionally just to be argumentative. If the cost is 800 American or 750 Chinese, a business is going to buy this, right? Now, a 10% protective tariff, right? A 10% protective tariff would take this up to 825. And if these were the numbers, then a 10% protective tariff would do its job. Okay? This is where unions have everything to do with it. If you would just shut the fuck up and listen and actually want to learn, I'll show you. But you don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. So watch and learn, because I teach this shit. I teach economics. I teach social studies. So watch. If this was the situation, a 10% protective tariff does exactly what everybody wants it to do. But this isn't the situation. The situation is this 800 is due to costs, and a part of that cost is due to wages. But when it costs this much in China and 100 mil, and I'll even just throw 100, no, it's not a waste of time. You don't want to learn. You want to be right. If you want to be right, go bother somebody else. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. I'm teaching for free. You don't have to sub, you don't have to follow, you don't have to do shit. But I'll show you where the problem in your logic is. If the total cost for me to buy steel is 537 and you put a 10% tariff on it, the tariff doesn't help because my cost is still only 590. And 590 compared to 800, I'm still going to buy the 590. So it doesn't have to do with big business. It has to do with what type of lousy teacher insults his students all the time? He's not my student. He's somebody that stumbled into a classroom half drunk and pissing on the table that doesn't even have a notebook or a pen. My students are people who are like, I have a question. I would like to learn. You can't see the chat that I'm looking at because I can't display it. But I'm having a conversation with someone who literally doesn't want to have a genuine argument. So here's the discussion point. How does it teach people where they're prepared to learn, my dude? Okay, there's a red X in the corner. There you go. I don't need you either. This is why I'll never grow as a creator, but I don't need you. I didn't say shit to you. You don't like my style? Peace the fuck out, man. Or I can piece you the fuck out. It don't bother me. What bothers me is people wallowing in an ignorance because they're like, it's big business's fault. It's not just big business. Small businesses need to buy steel. Small business needs to buy steel. Are they going to buy steel at 590 or 800? Until you can get this cost down to where it's competitive, we'll just tariff the shit out of it. Well, then how does a small business buy steel? And you'll notice that the guy that didn't like it pieced the fuck out, and he should piece the fuck out. So if he doesn't want to learn, piece the fuck out. I'm tired of people blaming big business. I'm not forgiving big business. But until we strip away all the bullshit in the argument, you can't fix the problem. I want to spend 51% of the time or more on the problem. This is the real world situation right here. I can import steel from China still at a fraction of the cost of what it takes to produce it in America. Am I a big business? No. Do I know people that are buying steel to put up commercial businesses not 20 miles from here? Yes, the fuck I do. Where are they sourcing from? China. At first, everybody was freaking out. Holy fuck, this tariff is gonna hurt me. Guess what? Very quickly, Donald Trump had to walk the tariffs back because he realized it was going to, how do I get 590? What do you mean, how do I get 590? Rad dude, I'm really not in the mood for you today. If you don't know how I got to 590 on this thing, then I don't know what to tell you. If you can't figure out how I got to 590 on the, because it literally tells you on the screen how I got to 590. Here, I'll help you out because it's slightly inaccurate. Because it literally says 537 times 10 is 590. Because the 10% tariff. But this is where people are blaming big business. And look, I get it. In the 80s, unions were strong. My father was a member of a union. I'm not shitting on unions. I'm not shitting on unions. I'm shitting on them now in retrospect, realizing my father got a huge fucking raise due to the union. You know what happened after that? They cut a bunch of workers. Luckily, my father was just above the cut line. Because remember, people are under the belief that companies can operate at a loss, and they cannot. Companies cannot operate at a loss, except Netflix. Netflix can somehow operate like a $12 billion deficit. They must have learned from the US government. I still love to study Netflix. I'm gonna check their total current number. How much debt does Netflix carry right now? Unions are great for the people that didn't get fired to pay for higher union wages. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Now, were unions great before we had OSHA? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, Netflix has a total debt of $15 billion. They also hold a significant amount of cash, $8 billion, and so their net debt is only $6 billion. Netflix is fucking amazing, running in debt all the time. Because debt's a tax write-off, but profit is taxed. Unions were great when people were being made to work 80-hour weeks. Unions were great when people were losing fingers and hands and arms and feet. Unions were great when we had children working in factories. Unions were great when people were losing eyes. Unions were great when we were paying people pennies on the dollar. But we can't turn around and say it's okay for unions to continue raising the rates. Like, Starbucks workers want to be unionized because we're not getting fair pay. We're not getting a living wage. If you want a living wage, get a living wage job. What people don't understand, I owned stores, I owned businesses. I got out of all that shit. I want to be retired. Example numbers of writers in Hollywood plummeted after the Writers Guild union concessions. Great for those few that are still working. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Not that I doubt you specifically, but trust but verify. Let's check real quick. I want to see if I can get an actual number. Yes, according to the Writers Guild of America, the number of writers that are employed in Hollywood has dropped. So yeah, that's a great example. Now that I trusted and verified, it's a great example. If you're going to force me to pay everybody a little bit more, then I'm going to cut the people at the bottom. Now, do I think that's right? No. Do I think it's moral? No. Do I think it's the way you should do things? No. But if that is the problem, then we need to look at that problem. But we can't blame big business. The problem is the guy that was on the other location, the guy that was chatting to me elsewhere, was upset about, is he wants to blame big business. I don't know what his problem is. I don't know what his bias is, because he wouldn't tell me. All he wanted to do was try to vilify my argument or make arguments for me. Trust me, I talk a lot. I don't need people to make my argument for me. And you're not going to trap me into a logical fallacy. It is big business's problem. But it's big business's problem because they're playing by the rules. What is it Elon Musk said? Elon Musk once said, if you want me to pay taxes, change the tax code. I will tell you this right now. For where I am with holdings and income and investments, I would rather pay an accountant $500 rather than give the government $499. Because I would rather make sure I'm giving the government as least amount as possible. Because, and where is it? Where's my thing? I don't want to raise taxes on anybody. This is my enough is enough party. Stop wasting money, balance the budget, then talk about taxes. If we are going to have congressmen literally yell at corporations and say you should be paying your people a living wage, then our government should be following basic high school home economics that says you don't spend money you don't have. I think that what Elon Musk did when he came in at Doge was a great first start, but he was too aggressive with it. He went after too many things. He tried to drain too much swamp. But there was a guy, he was leasing Department of Homeland Security buildings, right? It was some enormous, like 50,000 square feet of office space. And we were leasing this at like $12 million a year. And Elon Musk went in and he said, here's an example of the waste. But number one, there's a reason why those buildings were vacant. The reason why those buildings were vacant is because they are a secondary, and I don't know exactly which ones where they fall, but they were either a secondary or a tertiary fallback facility. Now, is that waste? Yes. Having a secondary fallback facility is smart. But the way the military does it is they find not mission essential functions. When they build a new building, they say this is a secondary fallback position for the Stanley command. I don't want to use a specific command because I don't want to accidentally talk out of turn. So we have a command in the military called Stanley, and they handle the production of whatever. Well, they have a headquarters somewhere. If their headquarters is compromised, destroyed, floods, mold, whatever, burns down, they move to this location. We paid to build this location, and we're going to use it for a secondary or tertiary activity. But if the Stanley headquarters is ever destroyed, everybody's going to be told you have 6 hours to pack your shit, be operational somewhere else, and get out. And then we're going to put them wherever the fuck they were before. Everybody's going to get kicked out. Now, maybe we take away a gym. Maybe we take away a hangar. Maybe we take away something else. But until we can get those other people, that's how we should do secondary and tertiary fallbacks. We shouldn't be paying an American citizen $12 million a year to keep a commercial building empty. I agree with Elon Musk, that's bullshit. But he didn't understand the problem. So all of his solutions were like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but we can't fix this problem today. We have to identify this problem today and say, instead of giving this guy $12 million a year to keep these buildings empty, we're going to take a fraction of that money and build secondary buildings and then put something else in there. Or let's build federal buildings and keep those vacant at a fraction of the cost. But Elon was like, this is a problem. This is a problem. It's like, yeah, it's a problem, but it's not the biggest part of the problem. Well, if we get rid of all the easy problems, but you didn't. Are they digitizing all the old paper documents yet, or is that a lost cause? Yeah, they digitize a lot of the old paper documents. But you have to remember, if an agency can digitize 2,000 documents a day, but they generate 1,900 documents a day, they're only getting rid of 100 of the old documents a day. If you're generating paper documents, and remember, most things, and that's a great example. If most things need to be pen and ink signed, but our goal is to be digitized, then why don't we change the law that allows for digitized signatures to be legally binding? Like, for example, I did not pen and ink sign this loan application because my state has said a digitized signature is no longer needed. I did not pen and ink sign my long form. I did. I did pen and ink sign my long form. I do not have a copy. My state says that my 553 ARBE 822 can be digitally signed. But my 71375 in my state has to be pen and ink signed because one of these is been approved by law to be digitally signed and one of these has not. Well, instead of having a 900-page bill that talks about farm crops, why don't we make some shit make sense? Businesses now try very hard to make the workplace better despite the loud vocal minority who think all businesses is out to screw the employee. I agree with most of this statement. I do agree with most of this statement, but I do want to make sure that we recognize most businesses are trying to make their workplace better. But there are businesses that are out to screw their employees. Why can't everybody get behind that statement? We don't have to talk about the third standard deviation examples. We don't have to bring up sensationalism. Why can't we focus on the actual reality? Nobody is denying that there are businesses out there screwing their employees. But here's where people that haven't studied and who want to be ultimately fuckwits are causing the problem. So let's pretend that this is the problem. And let's just say we identify this as our problem. And if we could make changes, where's my red pen? If we could make changes right here, if we could just focus on the changes right here, it doesn't work well if I cut over on the number. If we could make changes just right here, just in this section, we could solve 68% of the problem, which is probably what we call the low-hanging fruit. This is probably the easiest thing to fix. This is... Kids can't do math in school because they're being taught Common Core math. Well, let's get Common Core math out of the regular classroom, and for the students that don't excel at math, we can try pulling them out and try alternative education. Not special education, just alternative education. We could say that Howard Gardner has very good research on the multiple modes of intelligence, and maybe some kids can't sit in rows and learn math rotely. But I want to remind you that learning math rotely worked for 100 years in this country. And for a long time, we had really good math results. And then we started watering down the math. And Gardner is thoroughly debunked. No, Gardner isn't thoroughly debunked. Show me your citations where Gardner is thoroughly debunked. Because I've never heard of Gardner being thoroughly debunked. I have seen Howard Gardner's theories be debunked in some areas. I have seen where Howard Gardner tried to expand into some things that aren't really educationally related. But give me a citation where Howard Gardner has been thoroughly debunked. I would love to have it. But if we can solve 68% of the problem just by focusing on the middle, or if we come up with something that can be solved, right, by solving this piece of the problem, we can solve 95% of the problem. And that doesn't mean we won't double back and fix the rest. But you've got the people out here with the fringe examples that aren't even in 3 standard deviations, so statistically speaking, we don't even consider them. So, if we can't fix if we can't fix the 95.4% of the solution, then how are we ever going to fix your fringe? I don't understand how the U.S. is so far behind in digitization. I get all my bills digitally. I sign stuff with my phone, just scanning a QR code. You're right, because in American law, that in American law, a digital signature isn't always legally binding. Now, to go back to Howard Gardner, because I had to pull it up. If you're going to, just to save you time and not make your argument, if you're going to make your argument where you talk about Howard Gardner doesn't have strong empirical evidence, if you're going to talk about how Howard Gardner in 2023, multiple intelligence was labeled as a neuro myth. No, I don't need you to look for your evidence because I already have it. Because I don't talk about an individual before I have both sides of the argument. I know every argument you're about to make against Howard Gardner. I get it. People are going to say that Howard Gardner's models are better understood as talents or abilities, not true intelligence. Howard Gardner's own statement is that it was never meant to be a neurological or scientific rigorous theory. It was meant to be a teacher-based theory of understanding how learning styles are. For example, as a former teacher, and if you don't believe me, I'll bust out my fucking transcripts that say I have a master's degree in education. I have a student who's very shy. Should I be forcing that student into every single piece of group activity that I do? Or should I recognize that that child has a unique way of learning, a unique learning style. I won't even call it multiple modes of intelligence. And sure, Howard Gardner probably shouldn't have called it multiple modes of intelligence. He should have called it multiple modes of learning. So I have a student who's very shy, who loves to journal, who loves to read independently. Should I be forcing that student to publicly speak? And the answer is no. Having studied Howard Gardner, I crawl, walk, run that student into becoming confident with public speaking. Now, if at the grade level I'm at, one of my state standards is that the student should do 3 speaking engagements for social studies in that year, because those are in all your state standards. It won't say a mandatory of 3. It'll say it is recommended that you give the students 3 to 5 opportunities during the year to present. Can't I talk to the parents and have those parents maybe come in, so the first time the kid presents to me and their parents? Again, I already told you I didn't need it. I literally just told you everything that study is going to say. I don't know why you're caught. I conceded the argument. Why did you have to break the link to evade censors? I don't have censors on my channel. You can post links. Why multiple? Yeah, okay. I want to help you out here. I've literally already addressed this entire article. I literally, like, while you were looking for it, I made your argument for you just to save time. I've already conceded why multiple intelligence theory is a myth. I've literally said Howard Gardner should have renamed it to multiple modes of learning instead of multiple modes of intelligence. Howard Gardner himself has already conceded this point. So that's not debunking him. You can't debunk somebody who literally says, that wasn't my intention. I'm happy with the statement, multiple intelligence is a myth. I'm going to help you out with something. I don't personally care if you're happy, but you're debunking Howard Gardner. You're literally saying because this article debunks multiple intelligence theory as a myth, you're debunking the 95% of good shit in his book. Let me grab the quote real quick. He says, multiple intelligence framework was never meant to be a neurological or scientifically rigorous cognitive theory. It is empirical observations, not experimental validation. He disavows linking MI with learning styles, which he insists have no scientific basis. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking what you said. Divest your identity from what you said. Because you said, and I'm going to put it on the screen so there's no confusion. What you said.
I wonder if the
Oh. Where the fuck is it? No, what your statement was, Gardner is thoroughly debunked. That's no scientific basis isn't the same as being thoroughly debunked when the guy who wrote the theory has literally said it was empirical observations, not experimental validation. As I was giving the example, it is a way to look at all of your students and say, how can I best serve my students? How can I best serve my learners? No, I'm not making a pointless semantic argument now. I'm making an argument from somebody with the pedigree who utilized multiple modes of intelligence, and I'm agreeing with you that it should have never been called multiple modes of intelligence. But you're saying thoroughly debunked. Thoroughly debunked means no teacher anywhere in the US should be using any of the theories or models that Howard Gardner designed because he's been, and I quote what's on the screen that you said, thoroughly debunked. The guy who wrote the theory has already said there was a disconnect. But as I said, you have a shy student. Do we treat students like widgets? And in the paper I wrote, I said, do we treat students like kidgets, where we turn them all into triangles and paint them all red? The answer is no. You have a really shy kid who's really, really smart, really, really bright, but doesn't like to publicly speak. According to other theories, that student should be force-fed the same curriculum that every other student is force-fed. Which means if your state standards say that kids should do 3 to 5 presentations in a year, and you decide on the number 3, that kid should give 3 presentations to the class, just like every other kid does. And this is where Gardner and his writings and his multiple modes of intelligence comes into play. I recognize that this child has a deficiency. You're the kind of guy that gets into arguments with people trying to rescue them from a burning building. No, that really is a reflection of what you're doing. I don't know how much more to the middle I could meet you when I already conceded the point to you, but you're saying thoroughly debunked. If you want to say thoroughly scientifically debunked, that's fine. And even Gardner will say, you're right. But it's not a fucking scientific model. Now, I will even say to you, in some of his writings, it seemed like he was trying to venture into giving it scientific credibility. He got called out, he got peer reviewed, and he brought it back to the middle. But when you say thoroughly debunked, it means nobody should be using any of his teachings. For example, I'll give you another one. In the DSM-5, you will not find a classification of Asperger's syndrome. Asperger's syndrome, sorry. That's my Hiberno English. You will not find a designation of Asperger's syndrome. Do you know why? Because we don't like Nazis. There is no justification or rationale to get rid of Asperger's syndrome and put it into autism spectrum disorder. There's zero scientific reason to do it. We got rid of it because we don't like Nazis and we don't like the fact that we came to some conclusions based on Nazi research. It's much the same as we have an awful lot of things that we do due to experimenting on black people and infecting them with syphilis. But we kept all that research. But since we didn't have a naming nomenclature that tied to it, we just, meh. You gotta have, and again, you're absolutely 100% right, but I already know your argument. I already conceded the argument because I'm not gonna make a bad argument. Debunked means evaluating the scientific credibility. You don't need to say scientifically debunked, that's redundant. No, because now the problem is I'm gonna challenge you on that, and I'm gonna challenge your thinking. Scientifically debunked is absolutely relevant, and it's not redundant, because are you saying that Howard Gardner's teaching recommendations are ineffective? And that is a challenge question to you, and it is either a yes or a no. Are you saying that what he has written in his books should not be utilized by teachers? Never heard. No. See, why is it you can't answer a yes or no question with a yes or no answer? Should teachers use what Howard Gardner wrote in their classrooms? Yes or no? That's all I want to hear from you. Because I don't know which direction to go. Is it a yes that teachers should use it, or a no they shouldn't? Oh, I guess we don't want to answer that question. So I guess he hasn't been. No, teachers should not be relying on quasi-scientific frameworks. Okay, are you a teacher? That's my follow-up question. Do you have formal training in the education of students? Because then I have one more question. I don't need rationales. It was a no. You say teachers shouldn't use it. No, I don't care why you think teachers shouldn't use it. No. My next one is, do you have formal training? No, I'm not making an argument from authority. I'm asking you 3 simple questions. So, yes or no, do you have formal training in education? No, it's not an argument for authority, because it's only an argument from authority if my next statement is very specific. So, do you have formal training in education? It's a yes or no. You can get the next 2 questions and leave if you don't like it. But yes or no, no, it's not an appeal to authority fallacy unless my next question or statement is very specific. So, do you have formal training in education? Yes or no? And if you think I'm making the appeal to authority with the next one, no, I'm not going to move to a new fallacy. You can move to a new channel because now you're afraid that you're going to lose the argument, which I don't know why. It's literally a yes or no question. Do you have formal training in education of students? Yes or no? If my next question fulfills your fallacy, call me out on it. So why can't you answer yes or no? See, folks, this is the problem. people start to get backed into a corner. I'm not going to participate in your... Oh, so I'm going to say no, you don't have formal education. I can just move on without you. So since you don't have formal education, and you believed I was going to go to an authority argument, the only other thing I'm going to ask you is, have you read the book Reviving Ophelia? That was my third question. Have you read Reviving Ophelia? I literally did not find anything having anything to do with unions and big business investing in China in the 80s at all. I'm glad that you used Google. What did Google tell you? Have not read Reviving Ophelia. Excellent. Thank you for that. Now, watch as I don't fulfill your expectation because you were No, I wasn't being dishonest, SD. I'll get back to you in a second. I'm having another conversation. Bye. That's cool. Bye. Don't ever come back. You did one Google search. Congratulations. Here's the thing. You have not read Reviving Ophelia. Here, I'm going to grab it real quick so nobody thinks I don't have it. Okay, here's the book, Reviving Ophelia. Reviving Ophelia, Saving the Selves of Adolescent Girls. An eye-opening look at the everyday dangers of being young and female and how adults can help. An important book. Mary Piper, PhD, shines high beam headlights on the world of teenage girls. And my instructors during my undergraduate training told me to read this book because of the prevalent sexual assault and sexual abuse of teenagers. Remember, something like 4 in 10 young girls are sexually assaulted, but they still have to complete training. They still have to complete school. Miller believed as the true self was disowned, the false self was elevated. If others approved, the false self felt validated, and the person was temporarily happy. With the false self in charge, all validation came from outside the person. If the false self failed to gain approval, the person was devastated. There's no empirical data for this. But it's a book that you read in teacher training to understand how to properly validate individuals that have been abused. Because this isn't scientifically validated, does it make the value of the book something teachers shouldn't read? And I would say no. I would say that when people want to say Howard Gardner has been thoroughly debunked, I would say it's not redundant to say he's been thoroughly scientifically debunked. I would say you shouldn't be using Howard Gardner to make massive changes to curriculum. I would say you shouldn't be using Howard Gardner to justify why that child goes into special education and that child doesn't. But likewise, I would definitely say, based on Howard Gardner's writings, it makes a lot of sense for why some students should get Common Core math, why some students shouldn't get Common Core math. Little Timmy, who doesn't like to talk, who doesn't like to go to the board, who doesn't like to draw columns and doesn't like to draw rows and doesn't like to take 13 plus 2 and turn it into 5 plus 5 plus 3 plus 2, which then becomes 5 plus 5 plus 5. Little Timmy knows 13 plus 2 is 15. He wants to move on. And some of that, not all of that, some of that is in Howard Gardner's works. Now, I conceded the argument to you where I said, you're absolutely right. I know what people are going to say. And even the man himself says it was never designed to be a neurological framework. And you're absolutely right. There is no empirical data that says this works. But if American schools are failing anyway, doesn't having books like Reviving Ophelia or The Multiple Modes of Intelligence or anything else that we can read that helps us better service students, as long as we're not doing things that hurt students, a la Common Core math, and again, this is a challenge question, where does the idea of Common Core math come from? Where is the data? I was trying to figure out which fallacy you were employing a minute ago, but I've moved on to this one. Argument from repetition. Repeating, all you're trying, see, here's the thing, man, and I'm gonna invite you to, go away. Because all you're doing now is you're trying to box my position into a fallacy. You're not having a genuine argument. In fact, you just missed a bunch of my discussion to try to box me into a fallacy. Repeating an argument until nobody cares to discuss it. What have I repeated? I moved on to a completely unrelated thing. So what's the fallacy for that? Repeating an argument until nobody cares to discuss it anymore and referencing that lack of objection as an evidence of support. You didn't object to my argument. You refused to answer a question. You refused to stand for anything. You refused to introduce any more. Like, I literally said I only need an answer so I know which way to go. If you had said, yes, I've been formally trained, then I could have gone a different direction. But why am I going to have a conversation with somebody where this isn't an insult. It's going to sound like one. But if I start talking about 3 and 4 and 500 level education and you don't have that, then that would be like somebody coming to me and talking to me about what do you do when you have runners on 1st and 3rd and 1 out and it's the bottom of the 7th and you're down by 1. I'm going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Swing away? No, then that hits into a double play. There's 1 out. What do you do? It's like, I don't study baseball ad nauseum. So if somebody said, what do I do in this situation? I would be like, no idea. So tell me what you do. And then I would write down what they would do and I would go find other people to say, hey, when you have runners on 1st and 3rd and you're down by 1 and it's the bottom of the 7th, what do you do in this situation? Because I have no idea. I was told this is what you do. What you're trying to do is you came in, you didn't like how I was speaking to somebody, and now you're here trying to prove some point where I argue from fallacies. Part of that is you're jumping around from fallacy to fallacy, which in itself, which fallacy are you employing now? Because that's my challenge to you. Have I ever seen Monty Python's sketch about the argument clinic? It's been probably 25 years. But that's, again, my point is turn your self-reflection onto yourself. What fallacy are you employing? Because if all you're gonna do, the argument clinic would be a good name for the stream. Another good name for the stream would be Gale. Guy annoyed, everybody's lost. The problem is you're so convinced. It's like, it's funny to me. You were like, you're arguing from authority. You're arguing from authority. You're arguing from authority. Asking you 3 questions is arguing from authority. That's a fallacy in and of itself. I can't play Monty Python. It's copyrighted material. I'm not prepared to show it. And because I'm not prepared to show it for educational purposes, I don't have a Section 107 exemption. What do you want me to do? I literally just said live on stream, I haven't seen it for like 25 years. So I have no legal basis to show copyrighted material. I could prepare a segment. No, it wouldn't be considered fair use because under Section 107, my fair use would be for education. I haven't seen it. I don't have a prepared critique on it because I've just admitted I haven't seen it in 25 years. In order to use the educational fair use exemption, I have to be ready to discuss it educationally. I could live criticize it, but that would be disingenuous because I literally just said I haven't seen it in 25 years. But it's funny that you see the interesting part with people. I won't say it's funny because it's actually tragic. I've asked you multiple questions. You either avoid them, deflect them, turn them into a counter narrative, but you won't answer them. You're building a fallacy argument right now, but you won't tell me which one. If you were genuinely having a discussion, instead of missing everything I just said while you were Googling, you would be having a discussion. But you don't want to do that. Your behavior already tells me that when you came in, you were offended. And this whole time, what I haven't done is kick you, ban you, or time you out because I like the argument for the argument. But if I like the argument for the sake of the argument and you're trying to play gotcha bitch, we're really not having a very good, genuine argument. So what's going to happen is either you're going to start to have a genuine argument or I'm going to get fed up with you. Well done for that. Section 107, a fair use is interesting alone. Yeah, well done for that. Now, What? Did you think I didn't know Section 107? Or were you off doing what I just said you were doing? You were off Googling Section 107 and you weren't engaging in the discussion. You were trying to play gotcha, bitch. Which is fine. You can do that. You got me. I was off Googling Section 107. I know you were. You know how I know you were? Because if you weren't off Googling Section 107, you would have been able to talk about it intelligently right from the word go. Now, I actually think you're an interesting person. I genuinely do. I think you're an interesting person. But I think I was right. You came in, you were offended, you almost said so, and then you've been trying, but you still won't do the one thing I asked you. And what I've said is, you've accused me of multiple fallacies. Which one are you using? And if you don't know which one you're using, now would be the time to Google it, because I'm going to move on to a new topic. Or you would be offended to say that you're building a logical fallacy and you'll leave without Googling it, because you'll say, I have no value to you. But if that's the case, then leave if I have no value to you, because you've been arguing from a logical fallacy. So I invite you to go find and go do self-reflection and then be like, shit, he got me. I'm going to move on now. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to move on to. Where was I? Oh yeah, what the fuck, Kansas? This is today's other argument. Did everybody hear what's going on in Kansas? Kansas has passed a law that scares the absolute shit out of me. This guy's research is fucking top notch.
Kansas just set a precedent I don't think either side is ready for if you are pro-life or pro-choice. Now, on July 1st, Kansas just had a law go into effect that lets women start collecting child support starting at conception. Not at birth, not at viability, but conception. Now, supporters say this is about fairness, making sure the man shares in the financial burden of pregnancy, like doctor's visits, prenatal care, maternity tests. You know, it's not cheap. I've got 5 children. I understand the costs. And if a man helped create that life, shouldn't he help carry the cost on that? I mean, that sounds reasonable on paper. But this law does something far more complicated, and honestly, it's a little dangerous. Because under this new law, the state isn't just requiring child support. It's now recognizing the fetus as a dependent, a legal entity with rights.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there for a second, because you can already guess which direction this is going to go. Okay? Hold on. That's why I said I'm going to stop here, because you can guess. Kansas House Bill 2062, which goes into effect 3 days ago, allows courts to order child support to begin at the moment of conception rather than at birth. It requires judges to consider all pregnancy-related expenses and childbirth costs in child support orders. That's from kansascity.com. The law defines an unborn child as a living human from fertilization onward. It was passed after the legislature overrode a veto in April. Now, I want you to hear that again. The governor vetoed this, and this was so bipartisan that they were able to override a gubernatorial veto. Supporters say the measures help mothers, ensuring pregnancy costs are covered from day one. Critics argue it embeds a fetal personhood into state law, potentially impacting abortion rights and fetal health care policies. Now, that's not where the critics argue it and does this. It's not an argument. It is what it does, because you just heard that not only does it impact child support, it allows you in the state of Kansas, not at the federal level. So in the federal level, if my wife was pregnant right now, I would be able to claim 1 dependent at the federal level and 2 dependents at the state level. Let's go on.
And it doesn't stop there. Kansas is also granting a $2,000 child tax credit for that fetus. That's right. An unborn child still in the womb now qualifies you for a state income tax break. So let's pause and look at what that means for just a moment to reflect on what you've heard so far.
But before I let him do his reflection, House Bill 2062, a personal income tax exemption of $2,320 for an unborn child or a stillborn child on their Kansas tax return. Now, this is really, really, really potent, and I think it's a good thing. Up to a point. Don't put me in a basket. Hold on. Don't put me in a basket yet. But this is one thing that I think is important, because having a stillborn child is a controversial thing with medical care. You can have a stillborn child, and if the doctors and nurses and everybody declares that the child took a breath, one breath, then you become eligible for certain things, because one breath indicates life. But now, a parent who loses a stillborn child would be able to get at least $2,320. And again, as we said on a tax deduction, you don't get $2,320. You get a personal tax exemption, which is basically what like $40 maybe. It's not the same as receiving $2,000 from the state. It's time for Zoomers to take over. What? Okay. Not quite sure where we're going with that, but okay. A federally proposed bill, the child tax credit for pregnant moms of 2013, would have offered tax-related benefits to unborn children, but it's currently only proposed at the federal level. This is the Kansas law. This is specific. Now let's let this roll.
You can now, under Kansas law, file for child support at conception, meaning the day you had sex. You can claim the fetus as a dependent on your taxes. But under Kansas law, still terminate the pregnancy up to 22 weeks. And if you're not good at math, that means you can have an abortion still at just over 5 months. Now here's where the contradictions start to pile up fast.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Just so I'm clear up to where we are. First of all, and I have to dig through the law. He says from the day you had sex. That's not conception. But without going into like a really long discussion of anatomy and physiology and biological blah, 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 the date you had sex is probably the best date, because how are you going to determine 6 to 10 days later, right? Because that's it's normally a 6 to 10 day process, whatever it is. But yeah, we're going to let this guy cook.
The law is effectively saying this is a child when it benefits the mother financially, but it's not a child when it comes to her legal right to choose. You can't have it both ways, Kansas. You can't call it a person in one courtroom and a choice in another. And believe it or not, it gets worse from here. Here's what the bill explicitly says. It does not set out any structure for child support payments for a pregnancy that ends in miscarriage, adoption, stillbirth, or even abortion. Translation to that: if the pregnancy ends for any reason natural or intentional. The law gives zero guidance on what to do. So what happens if a woman files for child support at 8 weeks and collects money for months and then decides to just have an abortion, ending the pregnancy? She's not required to pay that money back.
Okay. It's been a minute since I let him cook. I think he goes here in a second, but I'm going to jump the gun. I am not against the idea of a woman getting child support. Not child support. Let me back that up. Let me fucking pause. I rescind my previous comment. I am not against the idea of a woman getting prenatal support. I'm not, again, Magnus, I'm not against a woman getting prenatal support to have half of the cost of the pregnancy be covered. But it shouldn't be in the form of child support. You know when you fill out your doctor's appointment stuff and it says, is another person liable for these medical bills? Then yes, that's what should happen. Like, I run around, I knock up a stripper. Stripper happens to know my name. Stripper gets pregnant. She goes to the doctor. Is another person legally obligated to pay these bills? Yes, Jalan. And then they only bill her 50%. And then they start accruing a file on me that says I'm due for it. Now, it's not exactly the way it should be designed. She finds out she's pregnant. She goes to the courthouse. She says there should be a fast turn administrative window. Because remember, that's not going to be an Article 3 court. That's going to be a family court. So she walks into Article 3 court, or I'm sorry, she walks into family court and says, I know this guy's name is Jalan. I know that he knocked me up. I'm pregnant. I need a ruling that says that 50% of my prenatal care is going to be put into his name. I would support that. I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly okay. Because I think that would have a good societal change. Number one, I'm going to be a little crude here for a second. Guys would stop getting their dick wet and not wearing a raincoat. Women, however, I don't think it would change anything for them. Taylor Tomlinson has this great comedy skit where she says getting a guy to wear a condom is like getting a kid to put a raincoat over a Halloween costume. I think if guys knew that from the moment you have sex, now I also think there's a caveat to that, which I don't know how we fix. And that is all of that money should be held in escrow. So the doctor, I think we would have to make a change to the whole medical system, which I don't think they would be okay with. But the money would have to be held in escrow. And that means when the child is born, we have a DNA test. If it's my kid, the money out of escrow gets released to her. If we do the DNA test and the kid's not mine, the money in escrow gets released back to me. That doesn't help the woman get prenatal care, so I'm not sure if that's the best option. But giving her the money and letting her run around with it and not get prenatal care isn't the best option. Giving it directly to the doctor on consignment, where the doctor understands that if the DNA test doesn't make it mine, the doctor has to write me a check, is probably the only way that you could do that. But I don't know if they'd be okay with that either. Would the doctor's office be okay with having it in escrow? Yeah, but that's a lot of administrative work. So I don't know what I'm not against the idea, but I'm not sure how we execute it.
There is no structure refunding, no protection for the man, and no clear legal framework for resolving it. That opens the door to fraud, legal abuse, and real emotional and financial damage, on both sides. But let me be clear. I don't believe most women would exploit this, but laws aren't written for the people who play fair.
Laws aren't written for the people who play fair. Burglary laws are not written for people who have no intention of burglarizing. Penn Jillette from Penn and Teller said, he has committed the total number of rapes and murders that he wants to commit, and that number is 0. And if your number is more than 0, then volunteer to go to prison. He cooks for 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and then he says he doesn't think that this would be abused. Well, we already know it's going to be abused because there are already women who tell the big lie of, yeah, it's your baby. I want to fix a really big problem in society. And that really big problem in society is DNA tests should be mandatory at birth if the father is the sponsor of the insurance. If I am the sponsor of the insurance company should require a DNA test before they add that child onto my insurance premium. Do you know how that right there solves so many problems? Well, I don't want my freedoms infringed upon. Well, then you can't put your kid on the insurance policy. And just that one simple, if we could do it as a one-page law, think about how much a society, I thought they already had to cover medical bills. No. When the baby's born, if they have custody, if a court has said so, if paternity has been proven.
They're written to protect against the ones who don't. And when the state starts handing out tax breaks and court-ordered child support for a child that hasn't even been born, but still allows that pregnancy to be ended via abortion, it sends a mixed message that no court is prepared to clean up. If you're pro-life, this law creates a path to legally define personhood, which sounds like a win. But if that fetus can still be aborted legally, like, what's the standard? What's the limit? And if you're pro-choice, this looks like a backdoor personhood legislation that undermines autonomy by assigning legal and financial identity to the unborn. In short, this is a dangerous precedent for everyone. It was quickly passed, it's vague, and it creates real-world consequences the bill does not explain financially, morally, and legally. But because now we've crossed a line where a fetus has legal identity, financial rights, and government recognition, but not necessarily the right to life or the obligation to follow through with that pregnancy, that's a legal contradiction that affects tax policy, child support law, abortion law, and parental rights.
There is so much to unpack with that. Before I unpack that, the guy that was arguing with me about unions, he came in and he said, I literally didn't find anything online having to do with unions and big business investing in China in the 80s at all. Then he clearly didn't bother reading the China shock from 2016. Between 2000 and 2010, the U.S. lost over 5 million manufacturing jobs to China. Didn't look at the Harvard Business Review, why companies are moving to jobs overseas from 2005. Didn't look at the drive for shareholder value in the 1980s. Didn't read Profits Without Prosperity in the Harvard Business Review. And this is the problem we have with society. I am not going to sugarcoat it, otherwise people are going to eat it because they're going to think it's a fucking hot and fresh from Krispy Kreme. If you tell me, go ask Google, it'll literally say it had nothing to do with it. If you are getting all of your information from Google searches, then I don't know what to help you, but you have literally put your head in the sand like an ostrich and you wonder why somebody's paddling your ass. Like, Google says nothing. And then he came back and said, so I was being dishonest. I try really, really hard to not be dishonest, which means I try really, really hard to have facts and citations and receipts for the things that I say. It's also why you'll notice that if somebody brings up something that I don't understand, I will literally default and say, I have no idea. Because I have no idea on some things. That's why you'll hear me say, let me go look. Let me go see. Like, if you ask me about fixed minimum wages in the state of Washington, I will be like, yes, I will jump all over that. Holy shit, why? Because I've read that report, I've read that study, and if you have that study will automatically say it did not include the cost of childcare, which then makes it a disingenuous study, because childcare is always one of the first things on the accordion spread that gets raised, because childcare is really, really easy to see the effect of raising minimum wage. Now back to the Kansas law. This Kansas law is so complicated. It is so complicated. And this is why I have said and I have advocated, right? And TWO, I'll get to your post because I saw it and I agree with your citation. This is why I've said we need to change the Constitution. Because oh, sorry, wrong color. So you have the legislature. They pass a law. And it goes to the executive. And you'll notice I'm not saying Congress or the president. I'm saying you have the legislature and you have a law and it goes to the president. And the president either passes it or vetoes it. If he vetoes it, it goes back to the legislature. And if they override, it becomes law. If the president passes it, it becomes law. And then through legal challenges, it eventually makes its way to the Supreme Court of both the state and the nation, depending. But that seems like an awful long process for something that's blatantly unconstitutional. Because remember, it can take 8 to 20 years or more for a case to go through the wickets and get to the Supreme Court. Now, I know that I know that we have a constitution, but I would like to see, just like we have this at our federal level, we have our House and we have our Senate, and each of those have parliamentarians, and those parliamentarians are there just to say yes, no, yes, no. Yes, based on our rules. That's why the House parliamentarian only knows what goes on in the House. The Senate parliamentarian only knows what goes on in the Senate because they each have their own rules. So, in the big beautiful bill, got caught up with this. Just like we have a parliamentarian for both houses, and they say yes, you can do this, or no, you cannot. I would like to see, after they pass a law, I would like it to simultaneously go to the president for signature, and I would like to see it go to the Supreme Court for one thing and one thing only: constitutionality. I would like the Supreme Court to have first crack at all the laws that are passed, and they would be like, nope, this is unconstitutional, don't even bother signing it. And if we add like a 3-day window, like it goes to the Supreme Court, or we set a precedent, like the big beautiful bill passed yesterday, and according to the Constitution, if the president doesn't sign it or veto it within 10 days, it becomes law, then let's make that 13 days, and the president can't sign anything into law until day 4. And then the Supreme Court has to read it for constitutionality or unconstitutionality. The law, not the application of the law. Because remember, there are laws that are constitutional that get applied unconstitutionally. Police have a constitutionally protected authority to give you a Terry frisk. It's a constitutional authority. But you can apply a Terry frisk unconstitutionally. So we're not talking about all the applications of the law. For example, let me take one that gives a good... The police do not have the right to open your phone without a warrant. But the police can, and this is why you should never have biometrics on your phone. The police can walk up to you, try to open your phone, put it up to your face, and then if your phone opens, they can go through your phone, which I personally think is bullshit. Which is why, as I've told people, you should always have a Pendaflex. If you're carrying papers, you should always have a Pendaflex with a zipper. Because constitutionally, this is a secure document. Because it can't fall out. The police need a warrant to open this. But if you just have the kind that doesn't zip and opens, well, then you're shit out of luck, man. Because you didn't protect your papers. Your papers aren't protected. I don't agree with it. I think it's bullshit. But it's the interpretation. Let me grab yours real quick before we lose the run. In a viral tweet in May of 2019, Washington and Lee University law professor Carlos Chapman wrote, "If a fetus is a person at 6 weeks pregnant, is that when the child support starts? Is that also when you can't deport the mother because she's carrying a U.S. citizen? Can I insure a 6-week fetus and collect if I miscarry? Just figuring if we should go all in." You're right, and that's a very important part because that was said in 2019. It's 2025, and this new law doesn't address any of that. If the mother elects to terminate, is that murder? If a mother elects to terminate after filing for child support, thus, by virtue of filing, agreeing that is a life, is that now murder? Should you only be allowed to file when you've made the determination that you're not going to terminate? These are all important questions. Now, as I have said on my show many, many times, morally, I'm against abortion. Morally, I am not pro-life. Morally, I am against abortion. Politically, I am pro-choice. Politically, I am pro-choice because I don't want to have my medical freedoms taken away. I like a specific clause of my medical power of attorney, and it's on file with the hospital. If I am in a situation where I am going to lose one or both of my hands, all medical treatment must immediately stop. That's what my power of attorney states. If I am in a situation where I will lose one or both of my hands, all medical procedures must immediately stop. They could have me open on the table and say, shit, he's going to lose his left hand. We can't even sew him up because of the way it's written. All medical procedures must immediately stop. Checked with the hospital. They checked with their lawyer. Their lawyer came. They came. Administrators came. Are you sure you want to write that? Yes, I'm sure I want to write that. Their lawyer said, then yeah. And somebody actually asked the hypothetical question. What if he's in the middle of surgery? Well, then you disconnect him and he dies. Because that's what he wants. If he's going to lose one or both of his hands. It binds them. No, I can lose both my feet. I don't give a shit. Be in a wheelchair. I can do this job from a wheelchair. I can't do this job without both my hands. This isn't my job, but I can't use a computer without both my hands. A fetus doesn't get a choice. Again, I think Kansas is moving in the right direction for the people that want to appreciate the sanctity of life. Did I hear about the guy that got a hands transplant? I have heard about the guy that got a hands transplant. I've also heard about the girl who has the amazing bionic hands. That life's not for me. I think Kansas is moving in the right direction for the people that are anti, are the people that are in, I don't know. Who's it moving forward for? Mothers? I think it's moving forward for mothers. But I think this bill, it's a law. I shouldn't call it a bill. It's a law. It overrode. Child support for a fetus seems wrong. If you cannot establish parental status, you cannot require that. I do agree with you. Child support for a fetus does seem wrong. Which is why I said, I think it's really important that the money not go to the mother, that the money go into some sort of escrow. Because paternity should have to be established. Did you know that in some states, let me get a list of states, because I want to be specific. I don't think child support should be required without establishing parental status. Right, which is why you put it into escrow. If the parents are married, the mother can, if the parents are legally married, the husband is automatically presumed to be the father and is placed on the birth certificate without needing a signature. If the parents are not married, in most states, she cannot name the father without his consent. The father must either be present to sign a voluntary acknowledgement of paternity, or he must be established through a court order. Like Illinois requires both parents to sign the VAP. Texas, California. I'm trying to pull the ones that don't. Oh, they've all changed now. They've all changed now. So good. Because in the past there were states. Good. It's good to know that they've all changed. In the past, a mom could put a dad's name on the birth certificate, and you still see this in some child support cases. Child support cases because they're married. And again, this is another one of those things where because they're married and she's fucking around. Now, again, I say she's fucking around, and that in no way, shape, or form says he's not fucking around, but she's fucking around, she's fucking around and gets pregnant. The husband's automatically assumed to be the father. But if they've been legally separated, why is he automatically considered to be the father? Shouldn't that be more along the lines of, hey, Your Honor, we've been separated for like 11 months. We've been separated for 7 months. I've been living in a completely different state. We're from North Carolina, where we have a 1-year mandatory waiting period on getting divorced. In North Carolina, you can't get a same-day divorce. You can't even get it's 1 year. Again, when you understand the problem, if you look at the whole problem, instead of knee-jerk reacting to it, look at the whole problem. So you have a problem, right? You have a small problem over here, and you have a big problem over here, and you have a circle problem over here, and a triangle problem over here, and you've got all these problems. Well, how many of those problems get solved by that? Let's just make at-birth DNA tests mandatory. Now, are there downsides to it? Yeah. Insurance companies wouldn't have to insure the kid. If the parents are married, yes, they would. Stepchildren are covered by insurance policies. But now the dad would know. It would lead to the breakup of marriages. In the short term, yeah. In the long term, I don't think so. It would lead to a lot of things short term. I mean, at the same time, we can check for a bunch of things if we test their DNA, right? If like health issues. But yeah, that brings up a completely different discussion. Should we be doing stem cell research? Yes. It doesn't hurt anybody. As long as you're using cord blood. It doesn't hurt anybody. There's no victim there. the problem is we don't want to do stem cell research on cord blood because what are the ramifications down the road? What if you were able to, like, I have a friend. I still consider this person a friend. They went off the deep end. I still consider this person a friend. They have massive schizophrenia. They are like, other schizophrenics look at this person and are like, damn, you're crazy. She has massive amounts of schizophrenia. She could not have surgical sterilization. And I quote, your future husband might want children. So her body belongs to a man she hasn't even met yet. Meanwhile, my friend, my buddy, at 18 was allowed to get a vasectomy because he had 3 kids at 18. He had 3 one-year-olds at the same time. He went to a party. He was leaving for the military. Bunch of girls fucked him. He didn't wear a raincoat. He got back from basic training in AIT with not 1, not 2, but 3 baby girls. Imagine being a fucking E3 in the military and getting like 99% of your fucking paycheck. It wasn't 99%, but yeah, hat trick hero, right? He was never really a good friend of mine, but since I was already kind of established, no, it's not a massive allowance. It's not a massive allowance. In the military, you don't get more money for more kids. You get dependent rate, you get non-dependent rate. You don't get more money per kid. They should put the child care bills on contracts. Yeah, they should. But no, you have like when I got married, I got a dependent rate. When I had my first child with my spouse, my dependent rate didn't change because I was already getting dependent rate. We talked about it earlier. I don't think you should get more money because you have more kids. Maybe some of these issues would calm people's fucking stuff down. Should women with 8 kids with 8 separate fathers collecting child support from all of them be a thing that happens? Yes. Because I want to remind everybody, I am not about taking child support away. I'm about making child support go to the children. At the moment, the West has a population issue long term. No, we don't. We don't. Because how can we say we have a population issue? Yes, that's the issue. Women equality, work, equal pay is making them want children less. That's the issue. That's the issue. We don't have a population long term. And yes, the West is growing slower. But that's okay. That's okay. The West is like a really big demographic area, so let's trim it down to just the United States. We have 330 million people. Let's take away 50 million for the immigrants. The growing age is also slowing down. Correct. Absolutely correct. Let's keep it at we have 280 million Americans. We don't need 280 million Americans. The argument is that at our current rate of consumption and our current rate of population increase, we're going to have a crossing of the numbers. So the argument is our current rate of consumption versus I have that backwards. Our current population versus our current rate of consumption. Well, our current rate of consumption is going up and our population is coming down. And they say, oh, well, this is Chicken Little, the sky is falling because eventually we won't be able to produce all the goods we need. Well, what they don't show you is the other chart on the line where as population decreases, consumption also decreases. That's the piece where, yes, they are correct. If you maintain a constant rate of consumption. Now, in this, remember, there's a lot of problems that are never broken down to a single statement. It's like Let me take one that's not people. The car industry. The car industry is responsible for the loss of mechanics. Well, how is that? Anybody old enough to remember buying a Ford in the 80s, they rusted, the struts rusted, the shocks rusted, the rotors rusted, the brake pads rusted, the fucking car fell apart, the floorboards rusted. My wife makes the joke where she remembers driving around in a car where she had to keep her feet up because the floorboard had rusted and she could have put her feet through the floorboard. Now, 7 years of a lifespan of a car was like a really long time. Shit, now we have cars going 20 years. Anybody remember the late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s? Pep Boys used to sell replacement engines all the time because people didn't have money for a new car, but they had $700 to go in and get a Pep Boy special. And then they go in and they would tell you it's $700 for the Pep Boy special, and then they would evaluate your transmission and tell you whether or not you needed to change that at the same time. Otherwise, you were going to spend a bunch of fucking money later down on the road. They'd be like, okay, your car is so fucked. You're going to need $2,000, but give us $2,000. You get 65,000 more miles out of the vehicle, out of the engine alone. That was a good deal. Now, shit, man, they're sending cars out the door with 10-year, 100,000-mile warranties because the cars are lasting longer. So, yes, I agree with you that if we look at just the declining population is a problem. But when you ask the next question of, but so what? Now, we have a lot of farmers that are choosing to sell their farmland instead of continuing to be farmers because their children don't want to be farmers. That specific industry is a double really big problem because farmers are selling their land and farmland is finite. So if everybody sells their farmland to, like, my town has grown in population by about 2,000 people in a decade because farmers are selling their farmland and they're putting up houses and apartments. That's a problem. Because for every acre of farmland we convert to residential, somewhere out there we got to find an acre of residential, commercial, or industrial to convert back to farmland, or eventually, what are we going to eat? And I don't disagree. Wasting good soil for housing is so dumb. You're right, and that's another problem. Why did they build the houses in my town where they built them and not on the farmland? Because where they built the houses was all shitty soil, clay, rock, gravel, only like 4 inches of topsoil, and then it's all fucking bullshit. You can't grow anything there. Motivation to have children can be helpful with this, and constraints to make sure some don't abuse it. I do agree with you, but at the same time, the argument is, how many people do we need on the planet? Because if we're going to continue to move to globalization, does each individual country's population growth matter? There's an excess of 8 billion people on the planet, right? Let me get the study because I don't have it at my fingertips. Because we keep saying all these numbers. Yeah, we have vertical farming, we have aquaponics that could help. But here's Africa's the last population boom like Asia, China will have happened. Yeah, but here's the problem. To have multi-millennial survival, you only need 10,000 people. Now, part of that problem is you have to have 10,000 people that are free of genetic abnormalities. You don't want to have a bunch of people running around with schizophrenia, diabetes, being the 10,000. If you have a population of 10,000 people, that's it. That's all you need. So when we start saying, and that's Mutation and Conservation Genetics by Landry, 1995, if anybody wants to study. Yeah, you also need 10,000 that can agree on things, but that's a different problem. If we're talking about the survival of the species versus politically. You only need 10,000 people to continue the species, and we have 8 billion. I think we're okay. I think we're good. Consumerism goes down. Well, yeah, because you have less consumers. Oh my God, we're reducing in population. Yeah, let me know when we get down to let me know when we get down to 75 million Americans. Then maybe we can start to worry. Is it over 9 billion already? Holy shit. When did we cross that? What do you have? I have a cat that's part fucking possum. Real world statistics. Let me see. Current world pop. No, we're not over 9 billion. You lied to me. You lied to me. We're at 8.2 billion. Yeah, we're at 8.2 billion. You lied to me. But no, we have a lot of problems. Yeah, I'm using the same site. It says 8.2 billion on that site. They say the US. Oh, I don't believe this. I don't believe this clock, because this clock says the U.S. has a population of 347 million. That's 17 million off. So I'm gonna have to vet this website for its validity, because being 17 million off is a bit rough. But I will be right back. All right. You owe 12 generations of income for a Band-Aid. Good luck. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Looking at the population graph for the last 300 years is pretty crazy, pretty impressive that we managed to build infrastructure for billions more in the last few decades. Well, that's the other problem. We haven't been able to build infrastructure for billions more. We have an awful lot of people that are running around without the basic things that they need. Mr. Beast has to go to Africa to build 100 wells. Speaking of debt, do you think it would be possible to have some or all of the government debt change in structure to be more like a mortgage, something that wouldn't need to be refinanced at the end every time? Hell no, because if you refinance the national debt like a mortgage, it means you're paying interest up front. A faster payout schedule, but it could allow us reduce some of the debt. No, because if you structure the national debt like a mortgage, then all you're paying is interest for the first, whatever it is, 10 years. On a 30-year mortgage, you pay predominantly interest for 10 years. What you're doing in that case is, remember, a lot of the national debt is debt that the U.S. owes to itself. Technically, the U.S. could default on a lot of its debt and not crush the economy. Also, the national debt is in vast amounts our own fault. In vast amounts, the national debt is where it's at, and it's our own fault because we borrowed against things that should have grown naturally. We've borrowed, I believe, $2.8 billion from the Social Security Trust Fund. But if we had just left that money alone and invested it, it would have grown on pace. So $2.8 trillion of the $33 trillion national debt is us paying back the Social Security Trust. But where that hurts us twice is that if it had been left alone, the government doesn't invest. The government can't invest. The only accounts the government that can grow are trust funds. The government can't invest. The government cannot run at a profit. That's why the Social Security Trust Fund is set up separately from the overall budget. No, we don't have a sovereign wealth fund, which is dumb. But they do it all the time. They give money to companies all the time. I thought they would get a return. I want you to look at the word. What's the word? Give. It's a really great lesson in life that everybody needs to understand. I didn't loan my daughter money yesterday when she came over and asked for help. I gave her money. I no longer loan people money because people historically don't pay back loans. And I'm an asshole, and I think some people have figured that out. But I have a book. I have a book of I owe you ones. I have a book of you owe me ones. And I have a book of loans. I don't borrow money from anybody but one person on the planet. So we get student loans and companies just get money. Well, right, student loans. Do you know why student loans are allowed to charge you interest? Because we charge interest on student loans because in order to give you that money, the government had to borrow it from somewhere. So to give you money, someone had to give us money in the form of T-bills usually. Somebody bought treasury bills. How can someone drown or be found dead underwater and have no water in their lungs? Well, you've asked me two different questions, so which one would you like me to answer? Because one is impossible and one is easily done. Because being found underwater and having no water in your lungs is easy. But if somebody drowns, they have water in their lungs. That's literally the definition of the cause of death. Now, if you said, how could somebody drown and have no lake water in their lungs? That's a completely different question. Because you can drown somebody in a bathtub, they'll have clean water in their lungs, and then you throw them in the lake. Pool, okay? So I drown them in the bathtub, so they have clean water in their lungs. Then I weigh them down and I put them in the pool. Therefore, they have no chlorinated water. Also, most people who drowned aren't found underwater. Most people who drowned are found on the surface of the water. It's not until they've been dead for a while that they sink, and then they come back up after their body bloats and becomes gaseous. Which is why, if you're going to dump a body in the water, hypothetically speaking, and only hypothetically speaking, you wrap them in chicken wire. Because then as the body becomes gaseous, the expanding skin gets cut on the chicken wire and thus releases the gases and doesn't create the gaseous buoyancy to bring the body to the top of the water. I'm just saying. I think companies should give something back if the government helps them succeed. Yes, which is why we need to do loans. But remember, give, loan, bailout. Who do you give a bailout to? Somebody that if you don't give them the bailout, they're going to fold. We shouldn't give bailouts. We shouldn't protect banks. We should protect individual people who bank with the bank. For example, the government should be loaning, not giving. You are FDIC insured for up to $250,000. So, and this is where people don't get it. So in bank number 1, I have $225,000. And in bank number 2, I have $225,000. And in bank number 3, I have $145,000. And I don't have an account at bank number 4 yet. When these numbers start to approach 250, I will bleed off and open an account at a fourth bank. And then I will constantly bleed these back down to about 225 and filter to the fourth bank. When this reaches 225, I will bleed there and I will open an account at a fifth bank. Because I don't want to rely on the government bailing out the bank. You don't have $250,000 for stocks or positions. I don't know where you got that idea. You have FDIC insurance for banks at $250,000. Your stocks are never insured. You might have an investment company that offers you an insurance policy on your stocks, but stocks are not FDIC insured. You might be talking about money market accounts, which are an extension of the bank, but it's not $250 for cash and $250. It's $250 at that banking institution. It's safer to bank in other countries. No, it's not. It's not safer to bank in other countries. A bank is a bank. Some banks have better fiscal policies than other banks, but there's a reason why some banks only offer you half a percentage point on your interest. Remember, if a bank is offering you 4%, they need to make about 9 to 10% on your money, which is where fractional lending comes in, because they can do that easily if they can take your 100,000 and turn it into 900,000. The problem is you increased your risk by 900%. If you increase your return on investment by 900%, you increase your risk by 900%. Because if anybody in the chain of fractional lending doesn't return their money to the bank, then everybody above them in the chain is fucked. Assuming this is a closed circuit and we don't have any other influence, I give the bank $100,000 and they sign a promissory note to give me $104,000 back. Now they have to take that, they have to make more than $104,000 on this. They keep 10 by law, they have to keep $10,000 in, but then they loan somebody $90,000 on a mortgage. And they're gonna get 7% on that mortgage. So, but they're gonna get that 7% over, no, they're not. Let me stop that, because that's why I pick a mortgage first. They're going to get way more than 7% on that mortgage. The problem is they're going to get more than 7% on that mortgage for a long period of time, because they're not going to get that all in the same rate. So what happens then, and again, this is on a closed system, so there's only one bank in existence. So now that bank gets the $90,000 back, right? And they gave it to another customer. Now that other customer wants to buy a car, so they want $30,000. Well, the bank now has $51,000 left. The fractional lending piece doesn't come into play yet because they haven't reached a point where they have to have the $8,100. But now this person gives the money to the car dealership to get the car. So the bank gets that same $30,000 back just under somebody else's name. But if this person decides to stop paying on their mortgage, now the bank has a $90,000 home that they have to sell, because I'm calling my money due. Not only do they owe me $4,000 in interest, they owe me the block of money, but they don't have it. Their books say that they have $51,000 and $30,000 down here, but they have a house. They don't have my money. So they have $81,000 out of $104,000. They need to get rid of this house because rent's due. Payable in full, bank. So what does the bank do? The bank is like, fuck, we have no liquidity. We're asset rich, we're liquid poor. So the bank says, Mr. Jalan, we would like to offer you 6% if you reinvest all of your money. And I say, well, I need a little bit of money to live on. I need to bleed off at least the interest. Well, Mr. Jalan, if you take the interest off of that, we're only going to be able to offer you 5%. So now I start thinking to myself, and I say, so you're going to give me 6%? Yeah. What if I throw another 26,000 in action on top of that? Will you give me the 6% on that too? So the bank says, of course. Of course we would do that. So now the bank owed me The bank owed me 104. But because they're willing to give me 6%, I'm going to, not only am I going to let them keep my 104, I'm going to put $26,000 more into their bank. Now the bank has $130,000 of my money. Okay? But the problem is they have to retain 13,000 of it. So now the bank says, fuck, we're going to up our liquidity a little bit, because when that loan comes due again, we already know our customer is going to say, I got to bleed off the interest. Now we can cover his interest payment. We're going to be fucked if he wants his principal back, but that's why your bank negotiates. You've heard the phrase, the run on the banks? The only people at the bank who get their money back are the first people in line. If the bank only has 81,000 in liquidity and I show up and I'm like, I want my money back, the bank's like, well, here's your 81,000. Did you know the bank can refuse to give you your money back? To stop a run on the banks? They can limit how much money you can withdraw. Is there any protection to the banks if there's a market crash? No. There's not any protection to the banks. There's bailouts. FDIC is 250 cash, you mentioned. SPIC is not blanket across the board. If you have access at an SPIC firm, then you get 250,000 of cash and 250,000. Yes, exactly. SPIC. SPIC. And that is not blanket across the board. That is correct. That's why I said, if your bank has SPIC, then you get 250 cash FDIC, 250 SPIC. Absolutely. Wonder why they say to pull out as much as you have to tell us days in advance so that we can get it from a bigger bank first. Had they the money, it's just... Oh, that's because that's a great question, 6 foot. In America, I don't know Europe, but in America, because we have national and regional banks, they don't keep all of your money in cash because it's just a security measure. Like, for example, the bank... No, you're fine, I get it. The bank doesn't have $140,000 in cash in their vault to give me. The bank branch that I use, they only keep $20,000 in cash. So if you need more than $20,000 in cash, you need to give them like 3 days notice if you're going to need more than half of what they keep in cash on hand. So I can't walk into the bank right now and take $20,000 in cash out. Number one, they don't have $20,000 in walk-away cash. They probably have $15,000 in walk-away cash and $5,000 in drawers, and like, you know, the teller drawers. They probably have about $5,000 in the teller drawers. They probably have another $3,000 to $5,000 in the ATM in the lobby, but I can't get all of that. They probably have 15,000 banded and counted in the vault. It doesn't make sense for banks in the age of digital marketing. It doesn't make sense for banks to keep large quantities of cash. How much of the economy runs on electric transfers? Now, have I watched my pissed off father call the bank and say, I need $120,000 in cash in 10 days? Yes, I have. I watched my father get fucked about with trying to buy a house. He was trying to put me on the mortgage. And he was getting fucking angry because they wouldn't put me on the mortgage because they were like, he doesn't have the income level. And my father's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He doesn't have the income level. Like, at first they wouldn't give me the mortgage because I didn't have a long enough period of time of earning the level of money. I was earning good money because I was in marketing, but the majority of my money had come from a single commission payment. And so they wouldn't give me the mortgage. And the only reason why I was taking the mortgage was for liquidity, because I had to buy a couch, I had to buy TV, I had to buy furniture, I had to buy dishes. I didn't have that shit. So my father said, okay, I'll go on the house. And they still wouldn't do it because my father had to buy another house in another state. They were like, well, you can't have two primary residents. He's like, I don't want to be the primary on that house. I want to be the cosigner. And then he's like, okay, well, we'll make you the primary and him the cosigner. Him on the account. So he'll get the credit report. And then they were like, oh no, well, we can't do that either. And my father was finally like, do you have the money to pay me back? And I was like, yeah, I have the money to pay you back. And he's like, fine. So my father said, in 10 days, I'm going to need $120,000. And they flipped their shit. They were pissed. And he went and he picked up the money and he had all the fucking big people in the family with him. And he got in the car and he drove 2 miles down the road. He went to the title company. He walked in, he dropped off a leather bag with $120,000 on it and said, have fun counting it. He was pissed off because nobody was helping make the transaction happen the way he wanted. What was fucked up about it is once I owned the house, then I was able to be on his mortgage so that I could get the mortgage credit. Nothing had changed about my life. Nothing had changed. But because I now was able to check that box of yes, I'm a homeowner, now I can be on his mortgage to get the credit report bump, to raise my credit rating. It's like, this is the real quick part, and then I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta take a quick walk. Actually, I don't even know if my family's here. They might be at the carnival. I'm taking a walk by myself then. The quick thing is when your kids turn 12, put them on your credit card as an authorized user. Put them on your credit card as an authorized user. Not as an account holder, just an authorized user. Because that helps build their credit a little bit. When your kids turn 16, if you give them a car, set them up on their own their own credit card with about a $500 limit. And literally tell them, this is to put the gas in your car only. You don't use this for anything else. Because if they put their gas on their credit card starting at age 16, you're going to help them pay it off every month. If they somehow fuck up and they put more on their card, don't close it, don't do anything, just physically take the card. Because closing the account hurts their credit. If they fuck up, it's only $500, wipe it. Just clear it. And then say, you're not getting it again. All right, I want to thank everybody who comes here every time and is a well-respectable person who brings counterpoints, who challenges me, who has their receipts, who has their quotes, their links. Somebody posted a tweet. Somebody said this link. Somebody has this. Somebody said I went and researched it. I love when somebody says I went and researched it. I was wrong. I want to give props even to the guy that challenged me all through the way. I don't want to give him props for trying to box me into a fallacy. That's a really shitty way to make an argument. I don't want to give him props because he kept alt-tabbing to Google shit instead of listening to the discussion. Turning around and trying to box somebody into a logical fallacy is literally having a disingenuous argument. Refusing to answer pointed questions because you are assuming I'm making an argument from authority and saying you're making this argument. Yes, believe it or not, the streamer knows what those fallacies are, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm asking you questions because I can be a smart-ass son of a bitch, highly too educated, critical overthinker, and start telling you about, well, building curriculums and the principles and practical methodologies of teaching social studies is different than teaching math. If you understand that shit. And if you don't, I'm going to be like, cool. We're not going down that rabbit hole. Let's go this way instead. Because if the person earlier had said, well, yes, I'm trained in education, I would have said, great. Do you think that teaching math is the same as teaching science or social studies? That would have been my next question. When they said no, I said, well, have you read this book? Because this book is not empirically proven. This book is just suggestions. I think somewhere in there's a little bit of empirical research, but it's not an empirical study. It's a case study book. So I want to thank that person because they came into the light. Now, one person in another platform that will remain nameless, who you don't see on the chat, because there's all my Twitch chat confirmable by looking at Twitch logs. But They were able to see the argument the other person made. They looked at the argument and they said, that was a bullshit argument. So I want to thank everybody. I will be live tomorrow with some video games as it is right now. I will see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of John.